Oh, ho, 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 ho. Okay. Chat. What up? 1 second. Okay. You know what's so tempting? My goblin brain, okay? Because I know I've been off of streaming and it's been a bit more irregular since I've had to do my last couple of video essays. And that means I've been getting very tempted by the things people do to get their views. And there's something about this number here that is making me seriously reconsider my ethical choices. God. Oh, fuck. Because if you got 2.4K wankers, I don't even think I've got an authentic take on it. You know, I've got my opinions. You know, I have opinions on everything, okay? It might not be everyone's favorite opinion, but well, we'll see. I don't know if I'm gonna do it unless it feels absolutely not necessary, but I feel like I can fight the temptation for now. Does this mean we're doing horsecock? We might. We might. We might not. So you're trying to bait me already. You're asking me what my opinion is in the situation when I just said I don't actually want to. I don't know if I'm actually firing into it just yet, okay? But oh god, what's the shirt? It's a Brian Jonestown Massacre shirt, Harstar. Oh, not that. I don't know. It's just difficult out there, guys. Are you gonna wait for Vosh's response vid? I don't need to see. Listen, I haven't seen the Ethan coverage. I haven't read the DMs. I haven't done any of that. But I don't need to. Okay, I feel like I know what. It's pretty simple. It's not like a very complicated topic. I don't. Oh shit. Like, why do I need to see 3 hours worth of videos and response videos and response video? Do I need that? Does that add anything to the to the discourse? All I'm seeing on Twitter is people calling Vosh a pedo, like that, and his excuse is bad. Like, that's all I'm seeing. So I don't know if I need to. I don't really know if I need to do that much digging. I got this Lebanese coffee from the Middle Eastern shop, and it's not Arabic coffee. It's like just a normal coffee blend with Lebanese spices, but it's so fucking interesting and incredibly strong. At least you agree his excuses are god awful. The excuses are very silly. Yes, that's true. I'm not gonna. Is it made like no? It's not made like Arabic or Turkish coffee. It's just it's a normal coffee. Yeah, it's normal like ground coffee. Texture wise, it's just spiced differently, and it tastes very interesting. I will say, but I don't know. I feel like we're only gonna fire into that if we have a big audience. Okay, that's where. If I have 1,000 people clamoring for Vosh drama, maybe we'll cover it very quickly. But again, I don't have that much to say. I just have things to say that I think are really fucking obvious, but no one else has said it. So, I don't know. Hmm. I think you may have been underestimating al Husseini's popularity amongst the Palestinian masses yesterday. Nope, I have never underestimated his popularity. I've just said that there have been times when he didn't allow for any meaningful opposition to flourish under his rule because he ruled with an iron fist, and that he also, at least once, rejected an offer from the British in 1939 in way of the white paper, despite the fact that it seemed to be the case that most Palestinians supported it. So, nah, actually, I don't think I've done any of the sort. I think some people just want to think that they've defaulted already to the fact that he was like basically representative of pretty much all of them, and anything that goes short of that is seen as problematic to some people. It is what it is. Yeah, Trevor cover Trump's court hearings. Am I going to cover Trump's court hearings? I don't even know what they are. The ruling expected for timing of Trump's trial in New York criminal case. Oh. So we're waiting to see when his trial is going to happen. That's what we're waiting for. With a fucking news broadcast that always has one speaker predominance fucking issues. What the why? Why do they do this? Oh, what? Why? Why is it like that? Yeah, I don't really know. I don't need to know if I want to wait for a hearing that's going to tell us when the hearing's going to be. A hearing that tells us when the hearing's going to be. And people care about that shit. What the fuck? You know, I never looked at this.
There are reports that Elon Musk has already had a chip implanted in the human brain in the USA.
What do you think of that?
Well,
Why
I
did I
think
not
there's
watch
no
this again?
stopping Elon Musk. He will do as he sees fit. Nevertheless, you need to find some common ground with him, search for ways to persuade him. I think he's a smart person, I truly believe he is. So you need to reach an agreement with him because this process needs to be formalized and subjected to certain rules.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday, I believe, that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you assess that?
Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious. Do the United States need this? What for? Thousands of miles away from your national territory. Don't you have anything better to do? You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt.
Issues with
More
J.K.
than
Rowling.
$33 trillion. You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine? Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia? Make an agreement, already understanding the situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end?
So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think that I am. I think you're saying you want a negotiated settlement to what's happening in Ukraine.
Fuck me.
Right. And we made it. We prepared a huge document in Istanbul that was initialed by the head of the Ukrainian
Boris
delegation.
Johnson.
He affixed his signature to some of the provisions, not to all of it. He put his signature and then he himself said, We were ready to sign it and the war would have been over long ago, 18 months ago. However, Prime Minister Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
What a fucking disgusting little liar. Holy shit. Putin, I don't think personally was ever involved in those negotiations. It was delegates, first of all. Putin, throughout this event, was saying things like, "Our plans everything's going to plan. The special military operation is going ahead. We're not going to fucking give up." And then also, Boris had arrived to talk about these negotiations after they'd already basically been fucked, because it was the 1st of April, which was about a week before Boris arrived, thereabouts, when the Ukrainians reclaimed Bucha and discovered about 400 people fucking dead in the streets. And it was at that point, civilians who had just been murdered, either as they were trying to flee or as they'd been dragged out of their houses. And that's kind of when they realized, yeah, we're probably not we can't negotiate with these people. Like we can't hand over any territory, because this is what happens when Russians capture territory. They kill people. Like they just massacre civilians. So, Crazy that Hassan uses the same excuse like Putin. Yeah, that is crazy, isn't it? That's absolutely wild, chat.
Over long ago, 18 months ago. However, Prime Minister Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
I was busy that day. Nate, do you have I did not blow up Nord Stream. Thank you, though.
У вас лично, может быть, есть алиби, у вас лично.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Who blew up, what was it, the Novakhovka dam? The one that was blown up from the inside. Since it was built to sustain fucking nuclear strikes.
Do you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Знаете,
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities.
I just got to ask you one last question, and that's about someone who's very famous in the United States, probably not here, Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal reporter.
Мы столько сделали жестов доброй воли, что, мне кажется, мы исчерпали все лимиты.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of them.
Ни разу не ответил.
We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner. However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we can do that if our partners take reciprocal steps. I do not rule out that the person you refer to, Mr. Gershkovich, may return to his motherland. By the end of the day, it does not make any sense to keep him in prison in Russia. We want the U.S. Special Services to think about how they can contribute to achieving the goals our special services are pursuing. We are ready to talk. Moreover, the talks are underway. And there have been...
This is ready to talk after they've annexed not only Crimea, but also Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia. Is he gonna unannex them? Is that what the plan is, or does that all belong to Russia now as part of the talks?
Many successful examples of these talks crowned with success. Probably this is going to be crowned with success as well. But we have to come to an agreement.
See, he's saying that we were prepared to accept something, but it's like trying to find the dates when he's talking about the one in Turkey. Because I think it was April, wasn't it? Didn't they say that the Ukrainian peace deal at the time was unacceptable? The draft was unacceptable. That's what Lavrov said in April. The Kremlin said talks are not progressing as rapidly as it would like, accused the West of trying to derail by raising war crime allegations. Deviated from proposals negotiators had agreed on. So what had they done before this? It's been a little while. Because I know Zelensky ruled out NATO membership pretty much immediately. I don't think there were ever direct talks between Zelensky and Putin, even though Zelensky called for them. This was in March when Ukraine said that they were willing to concede to 4 of Russia's 6 demands. Yeah, I don't know. It's insane that he can just give this kind of shit in an interview. And how easy it is to just look at what the timeline was and how there was never anything that was just sitting there ready to go that both sides agreed upon, but then Boris came in and interrupted it. Like, this is never in the case. I'm pretty sure, like, Russia have given demands in March. I think Ukraine said some of them were reasonable to negotiate, and then they said other ones weren't. And then if Ukraine would ever bring a counter proposal, Russia would either move the goalposts or they would just say that this is like unacceptable. Or it's also the same way that Russia tried to like feign concessions. So when they pulled back from Kiev, the line from Russia was basically that this was part of a concession. That this was their concession as part of a good faith effort towards peace, that we're going to back off of Kiev and refocus military efforts somewhere else. Even though that's not why they did it at all. They backed out of Kiev because they got absolutely ruined with their shitty little fucking convoy that ran out of fuel on the outside of the city. So yeah. Yeah, goodwill gesture. So it's like, that's quite good, turning your little retreat into a concession. So you can get something back for it. Why are you wearing nail paint? Is that what it's called now? Nail paint. Why are you not? Why? Because you're a man. What? That doesn't answer my question. Are we gonna do the thing where kids just keep asking why? Why should men not wear Why should men not wear nail polish? Why not? Ugh. Okay. Are you gonna get any women with that? Okay. No, that's true, actually. Never has a man worn nail polish and had a woman like them. I've never heard of it. It's not real. Does it count if people with a woman's name are giving you I'm sorry. Let's look at the statistics. I didn't know there were statistics on that. Do you want to show me the research? What statistics? Dan? What do you mean? Let's look at the statistics. What statistics? I didn't say there were statistics. I just said that men who wear nail polish clearly have never attracted a woman. It's not real. That's my statistics. Common sense, bro. How long does it take you to apply it? 5-10 minutes? Yeah, what is the Kirsten Stewart discourse? What the fuck's going on there? Let me see this. It's on Twitter, isn't it? She came out in support of Comina's. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Let me see. Because Kirsten Stewart is in Twilight, right? That's who she is? That's who we're talking about? Is it because she has a mullet? She was on Rolling Stone looking like that. And people were like, whoa! Okay. I don't care. I'm guessing it's just because she looks a little bit masculine. Is that what the idea is with the mullet and shit? And she's wearing these big man pants. I don't... And everyone just wants Bella back? Okay, yeah. So what you're saying is fashion sometimes adapts. That's where I'm getting.
Remember the Holodomor?
Saint Broseph9, thanks for the sub. I really appreciate that on Twitch. Hey, okay. No, I don't. Like this as well with the fucking, like the gym shot. Okay. Is this just like a? It's just like a gay thing, isn't it? Like, okay. Eat me. Okay. I can't believe you're talking about this photo shoot. I don't know why people give a fuck. You've been going feral over it. Yeah. I don't know. She's one of those people who kind of probably looks good whatever she does, so I don't know. Virtue signaling. Is that what it is? Yeah? Is this virtue signaling? Okay. Why? I'm getting like a Sigourney Weaver in Alien vibes. That's a... I don't know. She's in like a male locker room and shit. That's funny. Or is that a bathroom? I don't know. Okay. Well, that was interesting. Or people are so fucking weird. The amount of like telling on themselves that people do with like this fucking crazy insecurity and shit, like how boring does your life have to be to see Kirsten Stewart, who hasn't even been, I haven't even thought about since Twilight, to be fair, and barely thought about it then either. And now she's like showing up dressing a little bit fucking mask, doing a photo shoot. How boring does your life have to be like, oh my god, this is subverting the gender roles. Like, I don't get it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. It's fine. if you just want to be trapped in fucking 1999 when the only beauty standard that ever existed was like WWE divas, like just go look at them. They still exist in photographs. Like, fuck. I don't know. Don't get it. Don't care. Vince got cancelled fight with Vince McMahon. Yeah, he's a problematic person, isn't he? Whew. Okay. I think I want to do some news first, okay? Because it seems to be the case that Israel have expanded their special military operation to the point that they're going to go all the way down to Rafah, which is kind of like the last big city in, or big populated area in Gaza. Especially tricky because the people there have nowhere else to run. They can't go like deeper into Gaza. They're as deep as they can be. They're at the border because Rafah is where the border is to Egypt. And I think this is the first time when multiple different countries, European countries, have warned them against the attack. So let's see. Let's see.
Let's cross now to our senior reporter Catherine Norris-Trent in Jerusalem. Catherine, Netanyahu determined, it seems, to defy calls for restraint and push on with a ground incursion.
Good morning. Yes, it seems that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not heeding the growing chorus of international calls against any military incursion into Rafah. The French Prime Minister Emmanuel Macron spoke with Netanyahu on the phone and said that the humanitarian situation there was intolerable and that Israeli actions there, military actions, must stop. We've also had the Prime Ministers of Canada, Australia and New Zealand putting out a joint statement against any offensive in Rafah. And of course, this is a kind of thing we've heard from several countries in the West and across the Arab world, to name just a few of them. But yet Netanyahu seems to not be stepping down from his stance at all. He put out a statement on Twitter saying that only military pressure and firm negotiations had got the return of any Israeli hostages, and that is the tactic they must pursue. So, of course, huge questions about when that might come, if it comes, and what form it would take. The Israeli military, in briefings to journalists, has suggested that they could look to be performing limited incursions into the Rafah area as part of what they call a puzzle, perhaps along the lines of the one we saw a few days ago to free 2 Israeli hostages. But that was accompanied by a fierce aerial bombardment, which the Hamas-run health ministry said killed 67 people there, and doctors in Gaza reporting civilian deaths as well. So they're not, lightning in and out raids with no civilian consequences at all. And as yet, the Israeli authorities haven't published any plans for any evacuation of civilians in Gaza. Despite the dire humanitarian conditions, they have said that they will provide a path to safety, but at this stage it's really not clear how that could happen.
Meanwhile, Catherine, ceasefire talks in Cairo very much stalling this Thursday.
Well, that's right. Israel had sent envoys to Cairo to listen to the latest proposals for a ceasefire and hostage release on Tuesday. But it's been reported here that Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered Israeli envoys not to return to Cairo this Thursday. A Hamas delegation is being sent there to listen to the latest proposals drawn up in this framework drawn up by the US, Egypt and Qatar. Now, this decision by Netanyahu is being met with quite a great deal of anger here from hostages' families, some of whom are planning to demonstrate against the move today in Tel Aviv. They said it's tantamount to a death sentence for their loved ones still held hostage in Gaza. And indeed, there's been anger expressed from within the Israeli war cabinet, members there, some of them saying that they weren't informed of this decision, that being reported in Israeli media. But you heard from Netanyahu in his statement on X, formerly Twitter, saying that he was calling for military pressure and firm negotiations. Perhaps this is another tactic of firm negotiations. In any case, he's calling on Hamas to give up what he calls its delusional demands. It's believed a sticking point at this stage is about the number of Palestinian prisoners which would be released. But this situation, again, hitting a sticking point, even though the negotiations are continuing in Egypt.
Catherine Norris-Trent reporting from Jerusalem there. Thank you very much.
Bastard. Weird question, but did any Ohioans find it weird that you were a Scot canvassing in America?
Hey, thanks for the $10, Mugen Inc. No. The people we actually knocked on doors of, no one asked. No, they heard my accent. They just didn't ask. They didn't give a fuck. The Ohioans who were canvassing were just very grateful that I was there helping out, you know? Because there were quite a few locals. It wasn't just people. I think it felt like most of the people there had come from somewhere else. Like they'd come from, a lot of them were from like Michigan or Wisconsin and shit like that. And quite a lot of them, some people had driven from fucking Texas. One person drove for 35 hours. So, none of the actual people whose doors we knocked on noticed or cared to ask. Yep. You met a guy there who drove from Iowa. Iowa's not that far though, is it? Not compared to Texas, anyway. You sound very Americanized. I do, but if I go to America, they think I have an accent. So, like, I don't know what to say. Like, I was in a diner on the last day, and the lady there asked me fucking where I was from. She thought I had the accent, so, I don't know. You remember when Bad Up and I thought I was faking an American? Okay, whatever. Wow, well, Bad Empanada being wrong about something and jumping to a conclusion, that's so new. That's so crazy. Never happens. Okay. Hamas recruiter discusses group's rising popularity in the West Bank. Oh, all right.
Hamas has been making deeper inroads in the West Bank since its war with Israel began in October. And our Deborah Pata spoke with a Hamas commander in the territory about the militant group's growing popularity and what it could indicate about the future of the conflict.
After more than 4 months of war, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's goal remains the same.
Destroy Hamas.
And in the occupied West Bank, the war in
What
Gaza...
a fucking edit. What the fuck? That was so scuffed.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's goal remains the same.
Destroy Hamas.
And in the occupied West Bank, the war in Gaza is having the opposite effect.
Simple as.
Fueling Palestinian rage, an endless cycle of dust, despair, and death. And that rage has a receptive home, young Palestinians who are disenchanted and defiant. Support for Hamas has soared from 14 to 42% since October 7th, according to a recent poll. We met a Hamas commander at an undisclosed location in the West Bank. Are you a wanted man?
I am. Indeed.
Calling himself Abu Abed, he joined 9 years ago when he was just 16. Almost half that time was spent in jail. Now he is a Hamas recruiter. Are you seeing more young people joining Hamas here in the West Bank since October 7th?
هذا إشي أكيد هذا.
For sure. All the Palestinian people are standing by Hamas. I give the fighters guidance. When Israeli forces enter, I tell them what to do and how to open fire.
And while the world recoiled in horror at the savagery and wanton violence of the October 7 massacre, chillingly, he sees it as an act of resistance.
So,
It's not a troll. What has Badam said that's worse than Destiny, who advocates for the genocide in Palestine? The fact that the latter one was a joke, that's why it's not like a pattern of behavior. It's not something he says like frequently, whereas Badam Banada frequently thinks the October 7th massacre was justified, which even Hamas didn't actually say. Hamas's position is that the Israeli civilians who were killed didn't deserve to die, but they were actually all just killed by friendly fire. If you read actually like Hamas propaganda and general like Palestinian militant propaganda, is they will say killing civilians is bad, it's sinful, it's an affront to Islam. Any civilians who did die were actually all just killed in friendly fire. That's their position. Even they are not fucking retarded enough to go on Twitter and be like, and fucking like brag about women getting fucking like found dead with their skirts lifted up and fucking slaughtered in the middle of a festival. That's really just a kind of level of fucking insanity that's only reserved for white fucking communists who don't have any fucking stake in the game. Like that's, yeah, I don't know. Does that answer your question?
On October the 7th, women and children were murdered.
We see death every single day. Israel lost what? 1,000 or 2,000 people killed. That's nothing.
But it doesn't make it right to kill women and children.
This is my land. My land. We repeatedly told Israel to get out peacefully.
You advocate for the war, which is genocide. Okay, so if that's fine, if you think that any time Israel ever fights with Hamas, it's genocide, then that's like, I don't know what you, because I know that underlying that position is you probably think that like Israel should just like lay down their arms and just like let whatever happens happen. That's probably your position, right? Like if there's a fucking rocket launcher getting fired from the top of a block of flats, like you just let it happen. Fuck it. No one cares. Just like you're the colonizer, just take it. That's probably, which is kind of ridiculous. I don't know. Asides all the morality of it, it's also just so unrealistic. It's like, it's basically a position that you only hold if you're like, yeah, if you think Hamas have any fucking value in their strategy and that it's not just some nihilistic fucking bullshit for propaganda points at the expense of the people who live there under their rule. Do you think Hamas should lay down their arms? Well, yeah, because you see the difference is that Israel and Hamas both think that they'll get their way by fighting. Only one of them is actually correct. Yeah, actually, Hamas can't win. Yeah, that's actually, yeah, they should lay down. If they care about the lives of people in Gaza, then yes, Hamas should lay down their arms. That's such fucking obvious. What are they going to do? Win? Do you think they're going to like pop out of the tunnels and just fucking like have an epic wrestling comeback and just storm all the way back to the Gaza border and maybe go back over Israel? No. What is Ukraine going to do? Win? Yeah, actually, because Ukraine is doing well. What are you talking about? There's been a freeze now with the trench warfare, but like if you look at how far Russia had gone in the first few months of that war, Ukraine quite quickly reclaimed more than half of what Russia had initially taken. And now that there's like a stalemate, the question is whether or not Russia or Ukraine are going to get more tired and more exhausted and fed up with the war first. And it seems to be the case that Russia is actually reaching that threshold because they're the invaders. They don't have as much to fight for as Ukraine does. Literally, like, I don't know if you've seen that Ukraine doesn't even have a navy and they've been sinking fucking Russian ships, like the Russian flagship in the Black Sea. What are you talking about?
And they refused. So
But also, Ukraine's strategy wasn't going into Moscow on the streets and fucking murdering random Russian civilians and festival goers. Like, oh God. I can see why you watch the content that you do now. You're actually Mandela. Oh God, you're a script. You're a fucking human script. Yeah, Mandela was labeled as a terrorist falsely because Mandela did not advocate for killing civilians. You fucking retard. Like, he didn't do that. How many civilians were killed by the ANC? Like 70 in the space of 10 years? You think that's comparable to Hamas because they're both called terrorists? You don't know anything. You don't know anything about fucking anything. on the occasions where ANC fighters did lose their heads and kill civilians or have like bad excesses, the ANC apologized for it. They distanced themselves from those attacks. Mandela made like quite strong efforts to avoid killing civilians. Hamas don't. Hamas lie about it, but they still kill civilians. Like they clearly do on October 7th. They filmed themselves doing it. I'm just saying they're not stupid enough to put it in their fucking propaganda statements like white communists are. That's just the white communists who do that. You never see a Hamas statement going, well, actually, they're actually they're reminiscent of a colonial settler 75-year genocide. There are no civilians living in that territory. Like, that's a white communist line. Whereas Hamas will kill civilians. They'll film themselves doing it and then just deny it to the press. Because they just have to rely on enough people believing them and not doing any digging. So, yeah.
It's only normal that we take it back by force.
Oh.
He blindly repeats the blatant lie that no civilians were killed by Hamas on October 7th.
Hey, there you go. See, they just say it wasn't civilians, right? They'll blame friendly fire or the fucking Hannibal doctrine, which maybe accounted for like 14 people. I don't know.
Don't fight civilians. We have always fought against the army.
Nor is there remorse for the more than 28,000 Palestinians killed, nearly 2/3 of them women and children, in Israel's bombardment of Gaza.
Phantom 2415, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that.
You had to have known that that would have been Israel's response, that Palestinians would suffer as a result. So is there any regret?
No. Sigma.
We are not pleased with that, but this is the path of the armed struggle.
Gershon Baskin is a veteran Israeli hostage negotiator. He knows Hamas well.
The more that Israel hits Hamas, the stronger Hamas will grow.
And as for Netanyahu's repeatedly stated aim of eliminating Hamas,
there is no elimination of Hamas. Israel can defeat Hamas militarily, but the only way you defeat an idea and an ideology is by providing a better idea.
Hey, Lauren De Laguna, how's it going? Welcome to the stream.
Idea and a better ideology.
Baskin points out that for decades, Palestinians have been living under the boot of Israeli occupation in the West Bank. He says Netanyahu's biggest crime was not failing to prevent October 7th, but allowing Israelis to believe the status quo could remain.
He convinced the Israeli people and the world that Israel can occupy another people for 56 years and expect to have peace, or lock 2.2 million people in a territory like Gaza with 80% poverty and expect to have quiet. You can't have it all. We got to share this place.
Baskin says young Palestinians grow up believing they must die for Palestine.
Is that Norm Finkelstein here? No, I mean, that's just true. Like the Israeli expansion of settlements into the West Bank was just the most fucking stupid, horrible endeavor they've ever. It's probably of all the like, because it's not only like very obviously it's very destructive to the Palestinians because you're literally just fucking stealing their land and ramming their prospects of ever having a state, but you're also hurting Israel as well. Like you're putting Israelis into danger by putting them into like occupied territory and allowing like settlers to provoke all the like violent responses that come from the West Bank as well. And also you're putting yourself in an issue where you are stuck with this conundrum of whether or not you just leave Gaza as a permanently fucking apartheid territory, or if you eventually annex it and you have to take in millions of Palestinians as voters, which they definitely don't want to do. Yeah, it's such a horrible, it's like just like one of the worst fucking things that Israel's ever done is just like deciding that after occupying the West Bank that there was any good reason to start letting settlers just go in there and fucking claim people's shit. That's so stupid. Fuck. Do you think there would have been peace if there was no settlements? It would have been much easier. Yeah, I don't know if it would have been definitely, but it would have been so much easier. Fuck me. I don't know.
And Palestinians need to learn that they can live for Palestine. That will happen when Palestine becomes real for them. It's about time that the United States, for example, recognizes the state of Palestine.
Until then, He believes violence and hatred continue on an endless loop.
So where does this all end? All this killing, all this suffering?
The killing and the suffering ends when the Israelis walk out of our land. But if they decide to stay, we shall continue to fight. And if I die, somebody else will take my place.
Baskin told us he finds it hard to believe Hamas will continue to run Gaza after the war, but asked the same.
It's a hard sell after they pull out of Gaza, but then pulling out of Gaza was not a peace offering. I don't know why people try to constantly hang on to this fantasy that the pullout of Gaza had anything to do with any endeavor to advance a peaceful situation. They pulled out of Gaza because they didn't want to risk taking a demographic of like 2 or 3 million Palestinians under their thumb, under their rule. There's nothing, like they didn't even say it at the time. Did Sharon ever say that the pullout of Gaza was to do with peace? He didn't. He said it was because we can't pull out of Gaza forever because they keep multiplying. That's what he said on the day that he did it. Yeah.
Question where it all ends when Palestinians are also seen as people with hopes and dreams.
They're not different from other people. They deserve to live in freedom too. The same right to the same rights. That's the basis of a new beginning, the same right to the same rights.
Well, John, as you point out, under Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, it's clearly not viable. He's been against the idea of statehood for Palestinians for years and, in fact, has undermined the Palestinian Authority, which runs the West Bank, and has been in this alliance with the far right, with their settlers in the West Bank. But ironically, I suppose, in Gaza, the war in Gaza has actually put a two-state solution center stage once again, with renewed international calls to make it a reality. Imagine 5 rounds of elections here in Israel, and the Palestinian issue was never talked about. But as Gershon Baskin told us, it is the only existential issue facing Israel. And depending on who you talk to, many political analysts here believe that the era of Netanyahu as leader is over, that he will not survive politically once this war is over. And then the hope is that new leadership can look more forward, perhaps, and start talking about real peace and real solutions here.
And Deborah, what's your assessment of the post-conflict leadership? I mean, what happens to Hamas? How has the reputation of Hamas changed since this conflict has started?
Well, as we've been saying in our piece, in the West Bank, support for Hamas has risen, but in Gaza, it has not.
Was Ohio overrated or underrated? Ohio was the best place I've ever been to in my entire life. Yeah, Ohioans, very fine people, the best people. Much better than you guys. Fucking pain in the ass. Is Fatah rotten to the core? Do you think Fatah? I don't think is rotten to the core. I think they've got like some members who makes a bit more sense than others. The PA, I don't know. The PA is very problematic. I don't know. Yeah, that's a difficult question. Can it be reformed, or like if what would replace it? Yeah, I don't know.
Not. That same poll that saw support for Hamas soaring in the West Bank saw it really leveling out in Gaza. And in fact, we've been seeing a lot of Gazans who have been speaking out against Hamas, who are fed up with Hamas, who are fed up with the war, something they would never have done before October the 7th under Hamas rule. And obviously Gaza is where the suffering is and where there has been what aid agencies call the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. And when you've lost everything, when you have nothing left, perhaps it does become a little bit easier to speak out. But there is a view that after this war, it will be very difficult for Hamas to run Gaza and to have any role in running Gaza at all.
Deborah Pata for us in Tel Aviv. Thank you.
Okay. I still find it so wacky to think that Hamas are more popular in the West Bank than they are in Gaza. I don't know if that's still the case, but it was a little bit earlier, like maybe a month or two ago in the last poll. The fact that the further away you are from the actual war in Gaza, the more inclined you are to support Hamas. Yeah, it's fucked. The less you're directly affected by their actions. Do we know who might try to run or rebuild Gaza after? No idea. I don't think anyone wants to. I think what's going to happen is Israel's going to occupy again. They're going to get rid of Hamas. They're going to occupy, and then they're going to ask the rest of the world to help them out, and no one's going to want to. And then they're just going to be stuck there. I think that's probably the most likely. And then at some point, people are going to get frustrated and start building settlements. Is that pessimistic? I just that's the only, again, this is very uncharted territory. It's very unpredictable because we've never been in this situation before. But that's the only outcome I can see realistically happening. Could be wrong because obviously I didn't even, like, October 7th was unpredictable, so I don't know. Just like when the US destroyed Al Qaeda, ISIS comes through the ashes. No, that's not what happened at all. Al Qaeda got fucked. ISIS came in a power vacuum in Syria and Iraq. Al Qaeda were a lot more fucking spread around than that, and then ISIS got fucked as well. Like, you can destroy organizations. I don't know why people think like this fucking stupid Hydra theory. Obviously, organizations and militant groups suffer when their leaderships are decapitated or when they run out of fucking weapons and they lose support and they lose like any capacity to do anything. Yeah, that's not. It's just like suggesting that no fucking entity can ever be destroyed ever. Oh, like Nazi Germany. If you get rid of the Nazis, then another fucking Hydra will pop up in its place, or like the fucking Imperial Japan. Like, no, some regimes can be defeated and like fucked off. It's not impossible. It just depends on what's handled like afterwards. You saying ISIS isn't destroyed? I'm sorry. Well, how the fuck are ISIS? How the fuck is ISIS doing now compared to like 2015-16? What are you talking about? Triggered. It's just when people use the same like predictable NPC scripts just over and over and over again, and they're just like, it's like when you have an argument like let me see. In that case, Israel will never be destroyed, so you should give up. Hey, true, because if you get rid of Israel, something worse will only come in its place, right? You'll get like an even more right-wing Jewish colonial entity. It's so stupid. Fuck me. It's like this kind of it's like you have an argument here about Hamas strategy being really shit and we don't like them. It's like, oh, well, Mandela was also seen as a terrorist. Oh, yeah. Do you think Mandela is comparable in any way to Hamas in terms of how, like, they earned that label? Like, it's just, it's like this for every time. There's never any back and forth that can go like this, because you just get so many people who just, like, all their knowledge is just a whole series of these, like, first layer arguments, and then underneath it is just nothing. It's just propped up by nothing. Fucking Post-it notes. Not knowing what analogies is. It's a bad analogy, you fucking idiot. That's why it failed. That's why I asked you one follow-up question and you flopped and jumped to something else. What does Mandela being labeled as a terrorist have anything to do with whether or not Hamas's strategy is good or bad? What is the connection there? Like, what point are you proving with that connection? It's so stupid. Fuck. There's an UNRWA hit piece that David wants me to look at from fucking New York Times. Okay. I'm still waiting for you to tell us what you think should be done. I've said it a million times. I don't know if I'm going to do it again. I never made the, wait, did I ever make the argument that Hamas are bad because they're a terrorist organization? That's not, I don't use that word. You're shadowboxing because you only have a fucking post-it note of shallow, fucking useless points. That's why you said that. I don't know if you want to go and talk to imaginary loner box over there who at some point in the last half hour just said, Hamas are bad because they're a terrorist organization. No elaboration. I don't know. Maybe you want to have an argument with that person, because that person actually sounds like it would be worth responding to with the Mandela analogy. But who the fuck are you talking about? Like, it's still not even a good. It's not a good analogy, because like the way that Mandela earned his terrorist label from a few people was nothing like the way that Hamas earned theirs. It was not even slightly comparable. Mandela was actually quite smart in
Remember the Holodomor?
Sadea, thanks for the sub. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Mandela was actually quite intelligent when it came to managing international opinion and international politics and relations. That's why, despite a few right-wingers trying to call him a terrorist, he managed to get support from like the fucking Commonwealth. He got fucking the Queen supported him. Like, I don't know. Like, it's a bad, like political parties across Europe and America supported him. Just such a bad comparison. It's so stupid. Ugh. Mandela was also pro the existence of Israel. Just saying. Fucking Giga Chat. All right, let's see. He was also friends with Arafat, though. Yep, good politician. What can you say? He was friends with Arafat when it was still very much the belief that Arafat was pursuing a two-state solution. That was when Mandela was friendly with Arafat. If you were Bibi right now, what would you have done? I don't know. Probably gone to war with Hamas, but in a less fucking insane way. Probably would have still stuck by the usual standards when it comes to acceptable collateral damage, which it doesn't seem to be the IDF has been doing right now. Probably would have been a little bit more firm if members of my government are literally like making genocidal statements. Yeah, probably something like that. I don't know. Probably released Barghouti from prison and given him a shot because even if you don't like it. So basically a ceasefire. Okay, I'm banning you. That is the most fucking retarded bad faith shit I've ever heard in my fucking life from you. You should know better. Like, I don't How can having an acceptable level of collateral damage be the same as a ceasefire, you fucking idiot? 24 hours. Have a nap. Jesus. Released the bar mitzvah basher. Wasn't he? He wasn't convicted on the bar mitzvah thing. Oh, David, you guy. My Jewish friends. Okay. UN agency in Gaza fought Hamas infiltration. Not hard enough, Israel says. I guess Arafat should never have fucking engaged with Yitzhak Rabin then, right? Never should have done it. No point. Should have always seen it in bad faith because Rabin literally fucking signed the order for the biggest expulsion of the 48 war. 50,000 people. A bunch of them fucking died on the road because they had no water and it was a fucking summer heat wave. Like, Jesus. Uh-oh, no, Rabin the Expeller. Don't, Oslo, nah, Rabin the Expeller. Soy. Rabin the Bone Breaker, which is actually not a very accurate quote, but okay. It's not a death march. Why are my chat so fucking stupid? Did people die on the road or not because of it was a fucking summer heat wave in the Middle East? After they'd already been under occupation and after there was a fucking battle. I didn't say it was an Armenian-style death march. I said people died on the road, you fucking idiot. Why? Why are you like this? No thanks. What a stupid thing to say. It's the chatters you attract. Well, why the fuck are you here in Vismouth? You're like really dumb as well. I don't. It's just, oh god. I got fucking. I got the programmed fucking Hassan Chatterbot in one ear and the deranged right-wing Zionism in the other. God. Ugh. What I do to deserve you guys? Fuck. Let's read this UNRWA hit piece. Go on, all right? Let's see this. Apparently this is an article that is slamming UNRWA. Let's see what the... Because I know beyond the X number of them being Hamas fighters, I don't actually know how far the UNRWA rabbit hole goes. So, oh yeah, the data center underneath the building. That was a thing as well. He's way too secretive of his USSR liking. It's probably because he realizes that if he lived in the USSR, he would not be able to do the things that he does. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, Poland. Benny Morris was just talking about his new book. It's about the massacres, isn't it? Okay. UN agency in Gaza fought Hamas infiltration. Not hard enough, Israel says. Joshua Eden, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. The main UN agency in Gaza said it has long invested claims of links, firing several employees over the years. Israel says it is a compromised organization, too weak to protect itself. Okay. When the United Nations launched an investigation a decade ago into whether a handful of its employees in Gaza were members of Hamas, it was not long before a senior UN legal officer in the territory started receiving death threats. Ooh. First, there were emails sent from anonymous accounts, according to 3 senior UN officials based in Gaza at that time. Then came a funeral bouquet delivered to the main UN compound, labeled with the legal officer's name. Finally, there was a live grenade sent to the compound with its pin still inside, according to the two of the officials. Jesus Christ. The UN evacuated the legal officer, a British lawyer, and former military officer, hurrying him to Jerusalem, the 3 people said. Previously, unreported episodes like this one from October 2014 form part of the backstory to the current crisis embroiling UNRWA, the UN relief group in Gaza, now sheltering more than half of the enclave's population. This is a school from UNRWA, okay. Where people are taking refuge. All right. Current and former UNRWA officials say that the agency has long taken seriously and investigated accusations of infiltration by Hamas, which seized power in Gaza in 2007. The agency has variously responded to tips from Israel, the United States, and its own networks. It was the kind of challenge, they said, that all aid groups operating in hostile environments face, not unique to UNRWA, which has worked in the enclave for decades. Rather than addressing such issues in a systematic process, they dealt with them in a piecemeal way, mostly in private, working with officials at the United Nations in New York. Over the years, several people who had proven Hamas links were fired or left the agency, including after the 2014 investigation, current and former officials said. Israel has long made a broader accusation. UNRWA didn't go far enough to root out Hamas and was unwilling to clean up systematically. It is said UNRWA is a completely compromised organization that is too weak to protect against infiltration and needs to be replaced by a more neutral aid group. Last month, Israel accused 12 UNRWA staff members of participating in the Hamas-led raid on Israel at the start of the war on October 7th or in the raid's aftermath. It is also said that 1 in 10 UNRWA employees in Gaza are Hamas members. Yeah, the 12 was only the number who participated on October 7th, yeah. There would have been more, obviously, if they're talking about just members of Hamas in general, if that's the case. These two claims, for which Israel provided some evidence to the United States, albeit not publicly, have led at least 19 foreign funders to suspend donations for the agency. The loss of funding has endangered UNRWA's existence when the majority of Gazans depend on the group for food and shelter. UNRWA's leaders say the agency strives to ensure its 13,000 employees in Gaza should uphold standards of neutrality, regularly training its staff to stay above politics and investigating those who do not. But they add that it is impossible for UNRWA, like any large-scale organization that draws its staff from a cross-section of society, to track the private political allegiances of all its employees. Call me dumb as well, please. $50, Matsugan. Oh no. What we want to make sure is that our staff does not have a public political function because that would be completely incompatible with the function of a civil servant, Philippe Lazzarini, UNRWA's Commissioner General, said in an interview with the New York Times on Friday. But, Mr. Lazzarini added, our employees are part of the social fabric of Gaza and its ecosystem, and as part of the social fabric in Gaza, you also have Hamas. While Mr. Lazzarini fired most of the 12 employees accused of connections to October 7th, he said he had not been able to personally investigate the claims, in part because of the dire situation inside Gaza, and that they had been fired without due process. A separate UN investigative unit based in New York is now looking into the accusations. In Israel's view, UNRWA should have been far more proactive in protecting its neutrality. Israelis have often said that the group has done too little to stop Hamas from building military infrastructure close to its facilities, or even from using those facilities to store munitions. To bolster that argument, the Israeli military this week led a group of international journalists, including 2 for the Times, to one of the many tunnels dug by Hamas underneath Gaza to house its military infrastructure. Roughly 20 yards beneath an upscale neighborhood of Gaza City, the tunnel ran in a southeasterly direction from under an UNRWA school. After passing a major road, the tunnel eventually led to a subterranean communications hub full of servers and computer hardware that lay directly beneath UNRWA's sprawling headquarters in the territory. Yep, I saw this. Oop. The journalist entered the tunnel through the openings that had been created by the Israeli military since its invasion began in late October. Before Israel captured the territory, neither the school nor the headquarters contained shafts that provided access from UNRWA facilities to the tunnel. The Israeli military said that the tunnel was close enough to the surface that UNRWA workers should have been able to hear its construction. They also pointed to wires that led into the ground from a room inside the UNRWA compound, which they said led directly to Hamas's subterranean communications hub. You have to be very naive to think that UNRWA personnel did not know what was happening but under their feet, not least because the construction and maintenance of the tunnel would have required above-ground assistance, said Majnir Dinar, a spokesman for the Israeli military, who accompanied the journalists. But whether they knew or whether they didn't know, it is also important to say that UNRWA, like the population in Gaza, like all of us in fact, are victims of the terrorist organization Hamas, said Major Dinar. The Times could not verify whether the wires which led into the ground from a room on the lowest level of the compound reached the subterranean servers. The tour of the tunnel was led by the military, and the Times was not allowed to move freely in Gaza during the embed. Yeah, look at all this, bro. There's got to be the most unhinged chats I've seen. Yeah, I know. And I feel like if I'm timing out Scarlet, I should probably get rid of some of the fucking deranged, like, tanky people as well. I just feel like I hold Scarlet to a higher standard because she's not a dumb person. And her saying that to me, like, just set me the fuck off. It's just a timeout, though. Like, she can come back if she wants. Ugh. You timed out, yeah, 24 hours. I don't know how, like, I'm sorry, but if she asked me what should Israel have done, I say, like, they can still go to war with Hamas, but it seems to be the case that Israel used to have a much lower tolerance for collateral damage in previous wars than they do now. And that's kind of like roughly based on some emails I've got as well, like maybe, but yeah, it seems very likely that's the case. I would just say, like, maybe they should, I think if they want to call themselves like the fucking bastion of Western values and all that shit, they should probably stick within like roughly like the NATO model of collateral damage, but they're not doing. But she said she heard that and said, fucking, so a ceasefire then. I'm like, fucking, what's the point? What's the point of you being here if that's going to be your engagement to the fucking chat? Like, I don't know. Yeah. Just take a break, you know, take care of yourself. Fuck. What's the NATO model of collateral? So NATO countries usually have what's called an NCV, non-combatant some value, I don't know, some shit like that. They basically have a number for every particular kind of target. So there's a particular target, and that target has next to it a maximum number of acceptable collateral deaths. So they would say, like, Bin Laden was worth no more than 30 civilian collateral deaths if they were going to do an airstrike on him, right? Or something to do with, just different military targets had different values. Some military targets were just not worth any, which is why those NATO strikes on the Houthis have not killed, or at least in the first 70-something strikes, they didn't kill any civilians. Because I'd imagine those targets, none of them were actually worth any civilian deaths because they were small-time targets. But it seems to be that what Israel does is it seems to be that they used to use NCVs, but they might be higher than NATO ones, or they've just ignored them for this war. Or they've done... It gets into more murky territory when you've got like multiple targets. So say if you've got like 3 targets, one of them is worth 10 civilians, the other 2 are worth 5. Well, what NATO would do if that in that one strike is they would just take the highest NCV, 10, and make that the maximum collateral for the entire strike. Whereas it seems that what Israel's done is they've taken those NCVs and added them. That's one theory. I don't know if that's true. It's just something I've heard through a grapevine of a grapevine. But yeah, the idea is that Israel might be doing, and it would explain some of their strikes, that it seems that they might be adding their NCVs together. And that's why you've got like single strikes that have like fucking 60 dead or some shit. Yeah. It's just that they're trying to destroy tunnels. Well, no, a tunnel, like a piece of tunnel network, would have an NCV. Or if it doesn't, you would still be calculating expected civilian casualty versus expected military advantage. You'd still be calculating that. It's just that the international law basically doesn't tell you how to calculate it. You have to kind of figure it out. Yeah, and I don't really know, since there is no universal calculation for it. Yeah, like how people make a legal determination, that is really confusing. Yeah. The genocide is just collateral damage. Well, if it's collateral damage, it wouldn't be a genocide, is the argument. Hmm. Why do you think they're blocking flour? I thought they had let like 12 bakeries open up in South Gaza. What do you mean they're blocking flour? They're blocking trucks full of supplies, because the idea is that regardless of what's in those trucks, like if it's flour or fucking sugar or whatever, the issue is more to do with whether or not weapons can be smuggled in them. Because we know that like weapons get smuggled into Gaza. It's like it's a very normal part of the war. I would be very surprised if there's an Israeli policy that's just saying we don't like it when Palestinians get flour. I don't know. It'll be because of some kind of like real or perceived security implication, I would imagine. It could be punitive, you know, but I just haven't seen the evidence of that. Oh. But I know everyone likes to make the memes, you know, they're actually just making bread rocks, bread bombs. That's not really how it works, though. Fuck me. Oh. As an anti-apartheid Israeli, is there anything you'd like to ask me? No, not really. I've spoken to so many like left, right, center Israelis, but a couple of Palestinians as well. Like, fucking. As soon as I talk to one, I feel like I need to get another from the other side to make it balanced and shit. The only Israeli or Palestinian I want to talk to, I would like to talk to me right now, would maybe be like fucking that Mustafa Barghouti guy. He seems interesting. Oh. Mr. Lazzarini said Israel had not brought the claims about tunnels to UNRWA's attention. He questioned how the agency could have been expected to know what's happening so deep beneath the ground and noted that the tunnel network, hundreds of miles long, extended far beyond just the area beneath the UNRWA compound. Uh-oh. I feel like I'm the only radical socialist in this entire country. It's honestly depressing. I mean, I spoke to a pretty like communist Israeli from the south at the beginning of the war. He called his friend his comrades, you know. There, and Katie, we spoke to Katie as well. So you're only slightly alone. I don't have the capacity, military expertise, or technology, or even the mandate to monitor what is underneath the city, Mr. Lazzarini said. Oh, fuck. I still need to do my my little interviews, my little chats with the Israelis and Palestinians. Because that Adham guy was gonna, is that how you say it? Fuck, I forgot. He was gonna hook me up with some people. I need to figure out how exactly I want to do that, though. If I want to do it like Jubilee style, or just answering prompts, or... I don't think it's going to be getting them to talk to each other. I don't think I want to do that, unless they really want to. I need to figure that out. Actually, if any of you guys have suggestions, you can let me know about that as well. About how to format that. You should have them talk to each other. Yeah, but like as a Jubilee thing, or like make them, because that's just that. Unfortunately, the problem with that is very much like it's got a very like make them fight kind of vibe. Even though I would obviously try to make it like the idea would be more empathetic, but kick or keep. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, I'll think about it. Actually, you know what you guys can do is you can go into the subreddit and post suggestions there if you want of how to actually do that. Because I think I've got an idea in my head. I think I know how I want to do it, but if anyone has anything better, you can. Because I think what I want to do is get like depending on how many of them there are, is either just ask them prompt questions, like as individuals. I could do both, and then also have like a maybe 2-on-2 or 3-on-3 kind of panel thing with a couple of prompts. Just do it very, very Jubilee style, but also some individual interviews as well. Or I think it'd be quite interesting if there are Israelis who want to interview Palestinians and vice versa. That might be interesting as well. Who might want to just ask questions to each other. Because I'm going to talk to that guy about setting something up soon. David versus Beast Process. That would be they've already argued before. I don't know. I don't have the capacity, military expertise, or technology, or even the mandate to monitor what is underneath the city, Mr. Lazzarini said. More generally, he said, UNRWA had little communication with Hamas leadership, adding that he had never met Yahya Sinwar, Hamas's leader in Gaza, or his deputy. In any humanitarian emergency, we will deal with any non-state actor in control of a given population. Otherwise, you have no access to the population, said Mr. Lazzarini, who has worked for the UN and International Committee for the Red Cross in at least a dozen countries and territories. Interaction with Hamas has always been on a technical nature, he said. Meetings with the group's political leadership happen maybe once a year, just when we feel that something really needs to be addressed, he said. Aid experts are skeptical that UNRWA could ever have completely shaken off Hamas's influence because of the nature of working in an authoritarian climate. There is always some form of infiltration, said Kilian Kleinschmidt, a former senior UN official who helped lead aid operations in several countries. There has always been, in every UN office I know, somebody who's placed somehow by the government or by the guys who were in charge to know what's going on inside of the organization, said Mr. Kleinschmidt. Yeah, how would you avoid that, actually, even if UNRWA doesn't know? But it seems to be that maybe they did know. I don't know. I feel like this would be unavoidable, though. Like Hamas fucking spies or special forces, special forces in UNRWA. Matthias Schmale, who directed UNRWA's operations in Gaza from 2017 through 2021, described forming a pragmatic working relationship with Hamas that was nevertheless overwhelmed with tensions and disagreements. During Mr. Schmale's tenure, UNRWA fired an employee who was a member of the group's military wing, and Mr. Schmale, oh, fuck this fucking name. I hate this person. Dahlia, thanks for the 20 gifted subs. Holy shit, that is so generous of you. My God. Also, like the stream, like she says. God damn it. All right. Look at that. Look at it go. Said that after a shouting match with a Hamas official, he successfully persuaded the group to let UNRWA block off a tunnel that UN officials had discovered near one of its schools. In addition to providing shelter during wartime, UNRWA operates hundreds of schools and health centers during calmer periods and provides food aid to more than 1 million residents. When I say pragmatic working relationship, it doesn't mean agreeing ideologically or justifying what they do. It means creating the space for where you work, Mr. Schmale said. You can't just walk in as UNRWA and build schools wherever you like, he added. Schmale. Oh, that would make sense because he's German. Yeah, okay. Mr. Schmale was himself forced to leave Gaza early in 2021 after a backlash from both Hamas and UNRWA's own workers over comments to an Israeli channel in which he was perceived to praise the precision of Israel's strikes on Gaza. Ooh. Israeli leaders, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, now want to replace UNRWA with a different agency. But officials from UNRWA and Israel alike warn that such a change would be impossible to enact without worsening the already dire humanitarian crisis in Gaza. I feel like that's maybe true for the moment. If they want to get rid of UNRWA, like, I guess that's a good question. Like, how can a group like UNRWA operate in Gaza without Hamas infiltrating them or having influence over them? I feel like you'd have to have Hamas gone as well if you want UNRWA gone, but then also replaced. I don't know. But officials from UNRWA and Israel alike warn that such a change would be impossible to enact without worsening already dire humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Okay. UNRWA has by far and away the largest pool of aid workers on the ground in Gaza. If the agency shuts down, any successor organization would be likely to simply work with the same employees, making any change cosmetic, Mr. Lazzarini said. And absent UNRWA's school system, which educates around 300,000 Gazan children, there would be no immediate way to get many students back in class, he said. As a recent interagency planning meeting, Ghassan Alian said, an Israeli general who oversees the department with defense ministry that liaises with Palestinian leaders and aid groups like UNRWA, told fellow Israeli officers that Israel should push to dismantle the agency in the long run, according to a senior military official present at the meeting. General Alian also warned that any effort to close the agency before the end of the war would harm not only the civilian population, but also Israel's war effort, the military official said. Israel's ability to extend its invasion is partly reliant on a functional and independent aid operation for Gazan civilians, according to 4 officials involved in Israeli military planning. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think UNRWA are pretty fucked. I just don't know if it's really a good idea in the middle of a war when their aid is probably like more needed than ever to fuck them off without having a like an immediate replacement in line. I don't know. They've always been kind of fucked though. Like their whole thing with having like a separate refugee status for the Palestinians and all that, like since the beginning. Yeah, they've always had problems, but I don't know. What do you mean by fucked? As in, very much influenced by bad actors in the area? Because I mean, how long ago was it when I had someone in this community who was actually educated in an UNRWA school, basically saying that because it's very slim pickings for people who are going to take on roles as teachers and things like that, then a lot of like people who take on those roles are just like extremists who use their position to like fucking indoctrinate kids. That was something I heard quite a bit. Like, and I heard that from someone who actually was taught in an UNRWA school. But also just the fact that they have no mandate to resettle refugees. They just have like their whole thing is to be there to just keep refugees on a kind of permanent limbo life support status where they can't get citizenship or anything like that. They just have to kind of like languish, you know? Yeah, it's just hanging on, which is not very. Yeah. Encouraging backers to pull funding from UNRWA might be a violation of the ICJ measures. Well, it might be unless they're also, but that would be the case if they weren't also trying to encourage aid to come in through other channels. And I don't know how much they're doing that to compensate for UNRWA. Yeah, maybe. Doesn't the ICJ, wait, hang on. ICJ for, doesn't the ICJ thing, that was on 29th of December. No, wait, when did they actually, it was later than that. When was the interim ruling? 26. So we've got 10 days, 10 or 11 days. They said it was a month. So yeah, like just after next week, we're going to see if the Israeli report is satisfactory to them or what comes next. Which is, yeah, I think it's a good thing. I know Israel wanted there to be no hearing at all, but it's probably good that there's going to be some, like the ICJ, like the most trusted, like highest court of the land, can actually be pushing for transparency and assessing what's going on. I don't think Israel's going to get convicted of genocide. I still think that's pretty pie in the sky. But yeah, I think it's good that that's happening because I think one of the big critiques right now of the IDF has been a general lack of transparency, especially compared to U.S. operations against ISIS, for example. Most trusted is glazing a little too hard. Who's a more trusted court than the ICJ? The ICC? They're for individuals, though. They're not for states. The ICJ is the highest court in the world, right? Like, who's more trusted than the ICJ? The U.S. courts. What, the Supreme Court? Amy Coney Barrett. Yeah. my unban request court. That's a good one. Oh. You think they're fair? I don't know. I think their interim decision was decent. There's nothing massively disagreeable there. I mean, to the point that 2 of the measures were actually voted in favor of by the Israeli judge. So it's like, I think they were right to not just call for a ceasefire, because that would have been very unilateral and not very meaningful. But yeah. I think they were also right to say that the hostages should all be given back unconditionally, even though they have no mandate to ask Hamas to do that. The fact that they said it was still a good move, I thought. America first. God damn it. You got Israeli turncoats in chat. What about Yamam? Do they have a court? If Yamam has a court, they'd probably trust them. Yeah. The Special Forces Court with the big baldy guy from what's the fucking documentary? Fauda. Oh god. Okay, do I need to clean up the fucking YouTube chat now? Because my fucking god. Have you seen Fauda? Yeah, of course I've seen Fauda. I've seen like 3 or 4 episodes. Leo, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Yeah, Fauda's a good show, isn't it? I like it. I'm interested by the fact that they seem to I don't know how widespread this was, but I remember hearing some Israelis complained because the character that, well, so far, and the character that they seem to have humanized the most so far that I've seen is actually the girl, the Arab girl, the Shahid, which is Fauda with Crowda, true. Made me feel bad for actual terrorists. Well, there you go, David. There's something really interesting about Fauda, and it's the spoiler alert. It's not really a spoiler. The hospital scene. You know the hospital scene where the fucking boy has to like basically nag the woman doctor to help save the fucking wanted terrorist guy. And she clearly doesn't want to. She's like, she doesn't want to get involved. But he's like, we're friends. We're childhood friends. If this guy dies, then I'm gonna get blamed for it. And then that's his way of getting her to convinced to get involved. And it just made me think of like how the way that in Israel Palestine, the people who don't want to get involved in fighting, who don't actually want to do that side of things, are forced to get involved in it by other people. I thought that was a really interesting way that portrayed it, that she was basically like dragged into the whole situation when she didn't even want to be there. Like, yeah. And obviously the same thing with like the wanting to be like a, mother and shit like that. But then like wrong place, wrong time, wrong connections, fuck. Sorry, try not to give too many spoilers because I know some of you are still watching anyway. It's pretty racist. Every Arab woman falls in love with the main Jewish guy. Well, I've only seen one so far with Baldy Man. That's because he's special forces, his job is to charm women to get information, right? Anyway. Yeah, Fauda is really good. Also, I need to watch Farha. That's about 48.
Loner box.
Man, I wish I had charm with Arab. Shut the fuck up. Okay, wait, hang on. Every time you allow... It's giving me fucking PTSD flashbacks every time women get involved in a conversation. Someone in chat decides to just like, I'm going to do something. I'm going to say something that's inappropriate. I'm going to push the fucking... Oh, God. Give you a little timeout, okay? Give you a little 5 minutes. There's a second girl. She fell in love with him too. I'm only 4 episodes in, so I don't know. Don't spoil for me, eh? Fembro, thanks for the $5. I heard the Sugon the Sugandese courts are gunning for Israel. Well done. Good one. Good one.
Remember the Holodomor?
The Sugar, thanks for the Twitch sub. Really appreciate that. The Rizraeli charm. Yeah. It reminded me of and this came up this came up in the fucking in Ohio as well. When do you remember the hang on. Where are the pictures from the the White House thing when they went the behind the scene picture from the Progressive Victory guys at the White House? Do you guys remember that picture when they were all together, the group photo? Anyone remember that? I think I know where to find it. I don't know where to find. Fuck. No, it was the big group photo with all of them, with like fucking Vosh, Destiny, Cherry, Pixie, like that whole group. Where is it? It was on late September, wasn't it? With Ro Khanna, he was there as well. Oh God. I don't remember. Does anyone have it? Because some of you guys are really good at getting old pictures out of the internet, like digging them out. The Destiny Vosh fan account. Yeah, maybe they have it. Vosh probably won't be at the next one. Well, he wasn't at the one that we just did. Wait, the group photo is not here, though. The big group photo I'm talking about. God, this story is such a drag to tell. It's not even a very interesting story. But yeah, it was at this event, but it was... It's such a funny picture. Yeah, it was from this, but it was when it was all of them. Fuck. Bet Vosh was wishing he'd gone to the PV thing. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, isn't it? Shit. Not the diner photo, it's the photo with the White House in the background. Fuck! Maybe it's on... Trans Rights Crab, thanks for the Twitch sub. I appreciate that. I can never spell this person's fucking name. Okay, I think it was here. Maybe she's got it. God, it's all these fucking Twitter users who post so much porn on their feed. No one has it. What the fuck? You just sent the link. Oh, Brianna Wu had it. Okay, good. So why did I bring up this story? It was because of misogyny, right? I don't know if you remember this, when this picture came out, and I was like, they all look really good here. And then I said, I think I complimented Pixie's outfit. I said this was like a really good outfit. And then I had to ban like 5 people because I said that, and then everyone just took it as a fucking like springboard to be the most deranged fucking like droolers. Yeah, fuck. Anyway, that was the story. There we go. We finally got it. What were people saying? I just fucking cringe shit. I don't remember. Anyway. Sorry, what was someone saying? Someone said something. Well, who is Ergun and Lehi? They were 2 paramilitary groups from the Zionist movement up until 1948 when they went to fucking and then they got absorbed into the Haganah. Yeah. Okay, am I gonna do the? No, there's not enough viewers. I said it would be 1,000 viewers if I was gonna do the drama. Like, no. I need more strong demand. I'd oh yeah, I like the stream, guys. It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost you anything. What was that incident about firing on an Ergun ship? Oh, there was a fucking ship that was I think the Ergun wanted to get fucking arms from it or something. Oh, let me find the story. I read this like a few days ago. Where was it? What was the boat even called? I forgot. I took a note of it though. I put my post-it in there. But yeah, there was a ship, a fucking ship. And they were finally fed up of the Ergun's antics because they wanted to have a consolidated army. Operation Yoav was around this time, wasn't it? It was like late 48. Altalena 237. We'll just go past the porn folder, no bother. Okay. Page 237. So what happened with Boat? Let's look at what happened with Boat. I love boat stories, I do. All right. Boats and right-wing extremists. Somehow it's always a theme. The dismantling of the dissident organizations. On June 1st, Ben-Gurion's aide, Israel Galilee, and Etzel commander Menachem Begin signed an agreement. Etzel just means Ergun, by the way. It means the same thing. Signed an agreement disbanding the Etzel and transferring its troops to the IDF, where they were to constitute a number of separate battalions in the Alexandroni and Givati brigades. However, the Etzel and Lehi units in Jerusalem continued to maintain a separate, independent existence, Jerusalem officially not being part of the State of Israel. But on June 19th to 20th, there occurred what Ben-Gurion and his ministers regarded, or said they regarded, as a rebellion. An Etzel ship, the Altalena, carrying about 900 immigrants and members of the organization, as well as arms, arrived off Israel's shores from France. The Etzel demanded that the weapons be distributed to its battalions in the IDF and the independent Etzel troops in Jerusalem. The government refused. Ben-Gurion maintained that the country would have only one army, the IDF. Etzel troops took control of a beach near Kfar Vitkin, north of Netanya, and began to offload the vessel. Government troops surrounded the area and a number of firefights ensued. On June 21st, the Etzel troops surrendered, but the Altalena sailed south to Tel Aviv, where on Ben-Gurion's orders, IDF artillery opened fire on it. At the same time, Palma troops took over the Etzel's headquarters in downtown Tel Aviv and arrested and disarmed the dissidents. The Altalena hit on and fire hit and on fire, soon sank. Most of the arms were lost. 18 men died in the clashes, most of them Etzel members. The Etzel troops were subsequently dispersed among the IDF's different units, and there were no longer Etzel battalions. The Etzel and Lehi units in Jerusalem remained separate from the IDF until mid-September, when they were disbanded in the wake of Lehi's assassination of Count Bernadotte. Yeah. Yeah. Opinion on Destiny's lolly take. I don't know what it is, but it's probably I don't know. Understandable. Who knows? I don't know. Or terrible. I feel like I feel like if Destiny's opinion on it was actually like massively against Vosh, he'd probably say. I feel like the fact that he doesn't say is probably because he thinks people are overreacting. That's my guess. But who am I to say? I don't know what his lolly takes are, so. He said it's not that bad and that he'd defend Vosh if they were friends. Oh, okay. That doesn't surprise me. Sorry, we have you on the book as understandable. This will be used to cancel in 2 weeks. Or maybe they shared the images with each other behind the scenes. I'm sorry. Haganah, yeah, the Haganah did not fuck about with those right-wing groups at the end. Oh god. They literally sank a boat. What happened to the 900 fucking immigrants then? What happened to them? Did they die? Huh. 900 immigrants. What happened? They were let off the boat. Okay. I would. He said it was defensible, but he wasn't going to. It's such a fucking mad story, man. Fuck. They made it to shore. Well, I feel like he would have said if a bunch of them had died. Yeah. Oh god, people want my opinions now. Fuck. Nope, not yet. Not yet. I've been chilling. I just wanna. I feel like there's already been so much hostility in this stream. Scarlet is fucking fuming at me. Chat has been very triggering today, I will say. God. When are you reviewing the new Kanye album? Maybe I should. I know Anthony Fantano doesn't like it. The only Kanye song I know quite well is Dark Fantasy, and that's a really good song. I actually blew my nut when I first heard it. Not meaning head. It's British for head. Oh yeah, Gold Digger. I know that one, yeah. What's the Fantano and Destiny drama? What the fuck is that? Okay. Now that you got that PV, I don't have PV back. What are you talking about? I was unpaid. I was paid in exposure. Right. Loner Box, listen to the college dropout. Wait, who? What? What college dropout? Is that a song? Or oh, the green room. Well, I don't know what the fuck that was. The green room. What? Mostly progressive virtue signaling. I don't know. Kanye album. Okay. Yeah, I'll have a look. Why not? I thought you were just like making fun of me, like calling me a college dropout, even though I'm actually not. I got my degree. Fuck you. And then never used it. Hey. Fuck. My Discord is. To be fair, we do actually put quite a lid on people like this very quickly. No. Oh shit. What's your degree? Sociology. Oh. I also got another song back today, so I've got another finished tune to sit on for ages before I actually release it, but that was good. Maybe I'll show you guys one day, who knows. Because the bass was fucking with me for so long, but I managed to fix it. Let us hear. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Do you talk without accent on stream? No? I maybe enunciate a little bit more on stream. I want to hang on. I want to see. I want to see what our drama connoisseur is just saying. If I just pop to a random part in the stream, I just want to see what he says.
You think he's going to expose or he's going to be prez?
One or the other.
Okay.
Did they really do an entire fucking cowboy theme?
You think he's going
to
expose or he's going to be prez?
Oh my god.
One or the other.
Okay. Those are two paths. I agree, though. Gavi Baby's on his way.
Depends if he's Dan's next target or not.
That's
Ooh.
right. That's right.
Let's see what's in the folder, Gavin.
That's right.
So he says, and now I have to endure a million scholars in my community arguing the philosophy of lolicon. Hey, bro, it's time to start taking responsibility. How old is this guy? Like, we can't just be like, oh, I just thought it was fat, meaty dick. And say, no, bro, it's time to leave that shit in the past and start owning your actions.
He's 29. How old are you?
Exactly. He's 29. You're almost 30, man. It's time to grow up, dude.
29.
But even like the way that he's engaging his audience on Discord in the sexual manner, this is something well established in the past few years that creators should not be doing this because it's inherently imbalanced and it's just so inappropriate.
Yeah, I agree.
And so this is happening.
I agree with that one, guys.
Apparently,
you know that I agree with that one.
He's a pervert. Nobody should get to criticize him for it. Anyway, he says, I stay focused on my channel, stay grounded and lean. To pretend they've done some.
I just hate this. I hate fucking talking about this shit. Like, god damn it. Oh god. Even Sunday you stopped defending Vosh? Well, I thought that was probably a long time coming, right? Because Sunday's all friendly with the spicy chat dudes now, and they don't like Vosh, so I don't know. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. Oh, I know, but I kind of want to. That's the problem. Like, I have things. It's just gonna. If I talk about this, it's gonna last like maybe like 2 minutes, and I'll be done forever. But like, all right. that's enough. I could show you this little song because I think I finally got it to work. There was a problem with the fucking bass low end of it for a long time, but I don't know. We'll see what you guys think. Fuck it. It's one actually isn't one that I wrote. I just produced it, but kind of like there was one where, and I kind of like doing this. It was when someone just sang it to me, like just no instruments, and then I just added in everything, like the chords, the fucking guitars, the keyboards, the drums, the bass. Yeah, it was just yeah. Here you go. Tell me what you think, guys. Fuckers.
I'll be back before you can say blueberry pie.
Blueberry pie.
Maybe not that fast.
Also, I should probably talk over some of it because of fucking. Anyway.
Blueberry pie. Sharp, but so sweet. I know what it's like, never wanting to leave. Wind in the wires. I start to speak, but I choke on the words. Love will never come easily to me, but I believe that the world will keep on spinning, despite all the time that I spend pacing around with my heart in my mouth, settled down. Clocks on the wall keep no mind of the time. If I wish hard enough, it might leave us behind. But as hard as I wish, and as much as I try, we will cut from the scene. Love will never come easily to me, but I believe that the world will keep on spinning, despite all the time that I spend pacing around with my heart in my mouth, settled down.
Okay. Did you write the words? No, I just did the music for that, like all the instruments and the production. Wait. Oh, I'm just reading all the comments. That's really nice. Okay, well, thanks. Can we listen to Shapiro's rap now? Yeah, well. If a dono sound would come, it would ruin the mood. Thanks, Pinocchio's Nose, for the tier 1 sub, but no, subs don't have sounds. Controlling low end is the hardest part of mixing. Well, it's because that bass drum, when it was compressed and blasted, it had like a really cool fuzz coming off of it, but there was no way to keep that all up without ruining the low end, so I just had to do some compromising. Ugh. The sub is at a higher level than what was conventional? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Like the bass that I used was like it was like a Moog plugin from Universal Audio, yeah. But there was enough room for it because there wasn't that much low end in the rest of the instruments. But the low end before was just massive. It was so big. It needed to get controlled a little bit. Anyway. UA Luna. That's probably cool. Yeah. Okay. There's a 27-minute news item from Frontburner, CBS News, about Rafa. So what's the song called? I think it was called Blueberry Pie. Because of that Pulp Fiction line at the beginning, right? Sounded amazing in your car with two 12-inch subs. That would probably have sounded quite heavy. Yep. Are you a pedo supporter, Vosh defender, or a smarmy cuck bastard Ethan agreeer? I don't know what Ethan's actually said about it. I haven't watched that part. People say Pulp Fiction is overrated. I don't really get that. I think it's a really good film. Maybe it's just because the first time I watched it, I was 16, so I'm kind of poisoned, but I don't know. I thought it was really good. All right, let's see what's going on here.
Hi, I'm Damon Fairless. Last Sunday night, when many North Americans were glued to the Super Bowl, Israel launched attacks on Rafah, a small city at the southern edge of the Gaza Strip. During the strikes, Israeli special forces freed 2 hostages who were kidnapped during Hamas's October 7th attacks, which killed about 1,200 people. According to health officials in Gaza, Sunday's strikes killed at least 74 Palestinians, including children. Rafah is tiny. It's only about 64 square kilometers, but more than half of Gaza's citizens, 1.4 million people, are crammed into it. And now, as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pledges to move ahead with a major assault on Rafah, the civilians sheltering in the city say there's nowhere left to go.
Hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced in Gaza. Tents now cover a wide area, leading to Rafah being dubbed a tent city.
We have children and women with us. Where should we go? We're sleeping in a nylon tent. We'll die instantly if a missile hits us.
Yarden Mihaili is a reporter with Haaretz. He's based in Tel Aviv, and we're going to talk about the path of destruction that's kettled people into this tiny city and what it could mean if a full-scale assault goes ahead. Hey, Yarden, thanks so much for coming on Frontburner. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. I'm happy to be here.
Okay, so we're gonna track the flow of the majority of Gaza's population as it's been pushed further and further south down the strip, and I want to start in October when Israel first.
I didn't expect it to be that. So just like a podcast. Okay.
Launched its major bombing campaign in response to Hamas's attack inside Israel on October 7th. One of the first things the IDF did was to order the evacuation of 1 million Gazans from the northern half of the strip in preparation for a ground invasion.
Israel has ordered more than 1 million people in northern Gaza to evacuate the region in less than 24 hours. The United Nations says that is impossible without devastating humanitarian consequences.
And I suspect a lot of our listeners are going to remember the footage of this, but I was hoping you could take us back. Like, what did the initial wave of evacuations from the north look like? Can you take me back through that time?
It was pretty massive, in one word. Well, immediately after the Hamas attack on southern Israel, the IDF started heavily shelling the strip from the air, land, and sea.
Well, Israel has deployed tanks on Gaza's boundaries. In a statement released after a sixth night of airstrikes, the Israeli Defense Forces accused Hamas of using civilians as human shields.
The IDF dropped leaflets telling people to move south. We saw them dropping from the sky, and they were noting that anyone that would stay behind would be in danger.
The camouflage of the terrorist is the civil population. Therefore, we need to separate them. So those who want to save their life, please go south. We are going to destroy Hamas infrastructures.
And basically, immediately people took off, and we saw those massive waves of people just carrying whatever they could with their own hands, like with the bare hands. If they had cars, then with cars, but some people on foot, families, everybody basically. And they started.
What is this? This looked like a really professional fucking like thumbnail or whatever. What's the... Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism with Karantos and Chris Jeffries. The objectification of women, the incel community, technology. God, it's a full fucking podcast. Look at this. Decline in sperm counts. Oh no. Anyway.
Many people started moving south.
The line stretches back kilometres, back as far as the eye can see. Told by the Israelis to leave northern Gaza, they grabbed what they could, the gathered remnants of lives abandoned, walking past the shells of homes, of communities, of places they know but no longer recognise.
The IDF was focusing its shelling in the north at the time, but it was shelling basically the whole strip. So a lot of testimonies that we got noted that people were escaping while being bombarded. People noted that the roads weren't safe. They had to go through roads that had craters in them. So it wasn't an easy escape route for them.
It is a difficult situation. This is my son. He's 50 days old. My wife and children are with me. We're exhausted. We've walked a long distance and we still do not know how much further we have to walk.
Where can we go? This is a new wave of displacement. It's like 1948. There are thousands of homeless people, including children and women, and people of all ages. Some have perished on the streets, while others lie on the ground helpless. Where can we go?
So, and this is again at the beginning of Israel's campaign, aerial campaign on Gaza. Now, since then, you and your colleagues have done really. It's actually it's stunning.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed in my conversation with Dylan and Pixie, I said that Zoomers actually just think they're struggling, but what's really happening is they're spending so much money on DoorDash that they've gone skin and they're calling it a recession. That was actually a joke. I don't know why people thought I was being serious when I said that. Maybe I know that's a joke. That's not my take. That's only part of the problem. Okay, just so you guys know, it's not the entire problem.
Visual journalism, this amazing investigation. You've used satellite imagery and satellite data, and you've tracked the progression of the destruction as the wars advanced. So, and I want to talk about that. I want to start with Gaza City in the north. Can you take me back? What was it like before the war, Gaza City?
Well, Gaza City was the heart of the Strip. It had most of the healthcare system, for example. It had many...
Personal responsibility is stupid. I love it when communist people say that, especially because I think you should just rephrase this meme to say personal responsibility is useless. It doesn't matter. It's stupid. You could easily just redo this meme of the kind of people who say shit like that. Oh God.
UN support facilities. It had all kind of shelters and schools, the infrastructure that civilians need in order to maintain their lives. Now, in the images and the data that we found and that we published, they show massive...
Classic boomer take. Well, that was the point. The point was I was trying to be like a... That whole conversation was planned immediately almost. It was... You said yourself you're a determinist. I'm a determinist in the sense that we only have a certain context in which we can make choices, but we can make choices within that context. I'm not a fucking hardline determinist. People do have human agency. Everyone understands this because when we talk about people who fucking defer to fascism or like right-wing ideology, we do actually ascribe moral guilt to them and don't just say like, oh, you're just a determinist. It's just like, you're just a product of your society. You're just a product of your outcome. No, we do actually morally condemn people who make bad choices all the fucking time. And that includes some people who have financial difficulties that are kind of their own fault. Yeah, it's stupid. All right.
Destruction in those areas. Gaza City took the biggest amount of damage. They say that about 72% of buildings were likely damaged.
I read a really amazing article on how focusing too much on the system and removing our own agency is terrible for people's mental health. Well, yeah, because it allows you to spiral, right? It just lets you off the hook. If people believe that kind of shit, and I know that because I kind of used to, is that you, you just lose all like culpability for where you stand. Yeah, it very much allows you to spiral. It's very easy to just kind of like give up if you believe that, yeah.
Damaged to some degree or affected by collateral damage or destroyed. Now, this data doesn't tell us what happened with a specific building, so concerning all the buildings that I noted before, but this is why we looked at those high-res satellite images by a private company, Planet Labs, and we could see the destruction with our own very eyes.
It's probably worth pointing out that the population of Gaza City before the onset of the war was roughly 750,000 people, right? And as you point out, these the before and after images in your piece are really startling. So I was struck by one you had, these images of Palestine Square. Can you tell me about it? Like the extent of the devastation was there?
Yeah, that's really massive. I think it's hard to describe, but basically Palestine Square, the before is you can see a square, it's a pretty big one, and you can see the buildings surrounding it. In the after image that we have, most of the buildings that are in the direct vicinity of the square, they are completely level. And we're talking about massive buildings, and they're just completely gone. And then there's damage surrounding, there's more damage surrounding the square, even further away from it. We could see huge craters around it. So basically places where people could congregate. Palestine Square is the main place in Gaza City. We can see that they were completely destroyed.
So we've been talking about people moving out of the northern part of the Gaza Strip as IDF came in and started their bombing campaign. A lot of the people fled from the north towards the south, and a lot of people ended up in Khan Yunis, which is fairly far south. It's in the zone at the time that the Israeli government had told civilians would be safe. And actually on the show we had a couple interviews with people there. The first was early on, and that was with a professor who had moved from the north to Khan Yunis. He was staying at an apartment of friends or family, and actually he was talking to us from the balcony of that apartment building, watching a couple of IDF fighter jets fly overhead. And this was really before the bombing campaign started in Khan Yunis. And then more recently, last month, we spoke with a Canadian doctor who did a 2-week mission in a couple of hospitals in Khan Yunis. And by the time he got there, there was a whole lot more destruction. I guess I was wondering if you could take me into what your investigation revealed about the extent of the destruction in Khan Yunis.
So this is, when it comes to Khan Yunis, the situation was moving so fast. It took us a while to work on this investigation because there are a lot of details, information, etc., etc. So at the first set of images that we had, we saw a certain amount of destruction. And as we were working on it,
even Einstein didn't believe in free will and has a quote, "If the moon had intelligence, it would move around the globe thinking it did so out of its own free will." Newton's law contradicts free will. Okay, yeah, that's fine. If you believe that, that's fine. Then you can never morally condemn anyone who has right-wing opinions because they were always going to have them, and there's nothing, it's completely out of their control that they have them. It's fine, do it, fine. Okay, yeah. Just be the fucking ultimate empath for all of the worst fucking people on the planet because they had no control over it.
We could actually see the path through which the army was moving in, or like where the fighting was taking place, because we could see in newer images more destruction. It was really visible. Now, if you think about it from the point of view of the displaced Palestinians, that means that many of them that were displaced once or twice already, moving southwards at the beginning of the war, now they found themselves in a situation where they had to escape again.
I don't have a link to the song. It's not released yet. It's just a mix. That's not even mastered. Sorry. You just have to loop it back on the stream. Give me those sick-ass views, all right?
Thousands of Palestinians crowd tent cities after fleeing their homes in the north. Now, they fear they'll have to leave again. Early today, the IDF dropped leaflets over the southern city of Khan Yunis, warning residents to get out. But many, like the Abu Jabal family, don't know where to go.
They asked us, the citizens of Gaza, to go to the south. We went to the south. Now they're asking us to leave. Where do we go?
There were even images that we didn't include in the story just because we got them too late to include them in it. But we saw those like a huge amount of tents, a large number of tents close to a UN structure where people. A lot of Palestinians, they built their tents close to those kind of schools and UN structures because they thought they're going to be safe. And in one photo, we see all those tents. And then the week after, they're all gone. And that really corresponded to the reports and the videos and other imagery that we're getting from other sources, seeing people fleeing further down to the south as the fighting was increasing in Khan Yunis.
Many Palestinians.
So you disagree with Einstein? No, the problem is that Einstein quote has gone through the filter that is your fucking damaged, tanky brain. Einstein could literally sitting next to you and whispering things in your ear, and it would still come out as horseshit in this chat because you're just taking what he said and filtering it through a fucking lens that apparently just excuses every single action that everyone's ever taken because it's all predetermined, and apparently no one has any choice ever in life. Like, yeah, that's kind of where you are. What's the point then? What's the point of anyone asking for advice if they're just going to do what they always would have done anyway? Like, I don't know.
Are being forced from their homes yet again. Practically the entire population of Gaza is being pushed into one small city on the border with Egypt. Every day I see children die, says Ahmed. We only just managed to get away from the shelling. Many of my friends were killed.
So you're reporting, and some other reporting from a number of outlets, including the New York Times, I found that the IDF has waged significant attacks in areas it told Gazan civilians to flee to, and including Khan Yunis. What has the IDF said about why they've done that?
It's important to understand that the IDF is facing a huge challenge.
Did material conditions cause Vosh's tax folder? Probably, yeah. Why would you? Yeah. What?
They're fighting terror organization
right?
heavily embedded between civilians. Thousands and thousands of Hamas terrorists.
That was material conditions that got Stalin to bone that 9-year-old. I can see why it's in people's interest to ascribe responsibility to the universe if you're a tanky.
Across the strip,
oh, God.
Which is very small to begin with. So when I asked the IDF about for their comment about the investigation and
was she 13?
Really
Sorry, I'm thinking of a different fucking historical leader. She was 13, wasn't she? Stalin's person. Yeah.
Destruction. What they told me is that in some areas, whole buildings or neighborhoods, civilian infrastructure, they really noted mosques and churches, etc., have been turned into combat zones and needed to be destroyed. Hamas is also using underground tunnels in which some of the hostages might be held, and the IDF says that it needs to use a lot of firepower in order to destroy those underground tunnels in order to fight Hamas. Now, the IDF can argue, people can argue about whether that's the right way to go about it or not, but that's the challenge that they're facing. And they say that they're making an effort to minimize the damage to the civilian population. They said that they're committed to international law and they obey it. Now, the gap between that and what is happening on the ground is significant.
What's this?
Mr. Dagoth, thank you for taking the time to speak to me. I wanted to start by asking, why are you spreading the blight disease across Vardenfell?
Morrowind under the Tribunal marks the beginning of Dunmeri history. The Tribunal consolidated their power and succeeded in incorporating themselves into the Chimeri belief system of ancestor and Daedra worship, at the expense of the worship of the House of Troubles, whom the Dunmer know as the Bad Daedra. Massive shrines to those 4 Daedric princes still dot.
Mr. Dagoth, forgive me, but this history lesson doesn't answer the question.
Mr. Tucker, please,
Did he
if you
say
let me
that?
finish.
Did Tucker actually say that? That was funny.
I will answer your question. Now, back to what I was saying. During the Merethic era, the Aldmer left their home and traveled to the Somerset Isles on Tamriel. One particular group of them, led by their prophet Veloth, chose to split from the core population and traveled across the continent to their new home, which they named Resdain. Once there, these Mer, now called Chimer, were somewhat surprised to see that the caves and tunnels under Red Mountain were already inhabited. These inhabitants, also Mer, called themselves the Dwemer. An uneasy peace was formed among these races, primarily motivated by their drive to keep the Nords of Skyrim out of the land.
Okay. Good one. Good meme.
So people have continued to move south, and I'm going to bring up Rafa shortly, but I wanted to, before we do that, I want to zoom out for a moment, because your investigation shows just how vast the destruction throughout the entire Gaza Strip is. So I was just wondering, like, in concrete terms, do we have a number, do we have a percentage you can put on the extent of the damage or destroyed buildings?
The UN quotes a number by like one of the UN bodies called OCHA. They quote a number from the Palestinians, which says that 60% of housing units were damaged or destroyed. The number that we got from the researchers that we worked with says that 50% of buildings have been either damaged or destroyed. It's very hard to verify those numbers. I think I trust the data from the satellite. One reason why it's so hard to assess the damage, and this is also why we're so interested in publishing this story, is that the IDF doesn't allow journalists to go freely into the strip. So we can't see it with our own very eyes. And this is also a caveat that all the researchers and experts that we spoke with, they noted that eventually, like, the real number, we get it only at the end of the war, when people will be able to look at things on the ground and compare building by building to how it was before the war. But we're talking about like damage destroyed, or like damage and destruction to buildings and across the strip. So when we started working on this story, we really thought that this is what we're reporting on, and like that was like what we were thinking about. But then like the penny dropped, in the sense of, it's not about the buildings, it's about the people. It means that this massive amount of people that we just talked about, that were displaced, that moved southwards, those people won't have anywhere to return to. Those people basically lost everything.
We escaped the north with empty hands, and we escaped Khan Yunis with almost empty hands. We don't want to repeat that. We want to be ready this time.
I think it's probably worth mentioning too that we've got something like 28,000 Palestinians who have been killed. The Gaza health officials say 70% are women and children, and also 232 Israeli soldiers have died. That's the current count. So that brings us to the southernmost city in this tiny strip, Rafah. There's an estimated 1.4 million people sheltering there now. So can you give me a sense of how the population has exploded in Rafah since the beginning of the war?
That's really incredible. It's hard to grasp. It moved from a place where there were about, if I remember correctly, about 275,000 people to about 1.3, 1.4 million people at the moment.
So it's a 5, almost 6 times the people in a really short period of time with no infrastructure.
Yeah. Like we can see all those people. Those are massive tent cities. Like it's like, this is something that when we first saw it, like we couldn't believe it, like how widespread it is. In some places there are 20 people living in a tent. Like in many of them actually. Like it's about those are the numbers, like whole families. And it's important to note that those people escape bombardments. So it means that some of those are wounded. There are pregnant women, babies being born into those conditions. We know that in basically every corner of the city of Rafah, of that area, we can see tents. At the beginning, we saw the tents only on the outskirts, where they have all those like wide open sandy areas. But then we noted in the photos that basically the streets are completely filled with tents. People said that like you basically can't drive a car through the streets because they're so dense. And some Palestinians also, like, they're trying, like some of them, but this is also something that we hear. They came to Rafah, and then they understood it's so dense that they started saying that they rather die in their homes, and this is why they started moving back northwards. The conditions are very, very severe.
So Israel has already attacked Rafah a number of times, including on Sunday, a large operation. Can you tell me about the incursion on Sunday?
Yeah, there was a massive airstrike. Basically, it was a part of an operation to release hostages. It was a rare operation in which hostages were released alive.
Rescued after 4 months in captivity. The Israeli military says these men, 61-year-old Fernando Simon Marman and 70-year-old Louis Har, have been rescued from a residential building in Rafah. Israel says
up until now, throughout the whole war, there were three hostages all in all, 2 of which now, like on Sunday.
What's your view in fog of war, and how much can we actually decipher based on conflicting evidence? Yeah, the problem right now is that the transparency from Israel has not been great, at least compared to, I think, even compared to previous operations, but definitely compared to, like, when America was fighting ISIS, they were putting out updates like every fucking month. Like detailed updates, so everyone kind of knew what was going on roughly, or they had at least one side of it. And obviously Hamas are not great for transparency either, because they have so much control over who's allowed to go around and report and fucking interview people and shit like that. So yeah.
army managed
problem.
to release successfully, still alive.
So the IDF is now planning a ground invasion in Rafah. Prime Minister Netanyahu says that this is needed to root out 4 Hamas battalions that are stationed there.
We're not cavalier about this. This is part of our war effort to get civilians out of harm's way. It's part of Hamas's effort to keep them in harm's way. But we've so far succeeded, and we're going to succeed again.
In terms of the civilians sheltering there, where would they go?
That's the hot issue of the moment. That's a huge problem, because what Israel and the IDF are saying, the government and the IDF are saying, is that they can't destroy Hamas, they can't dismantle Hamas without moving into Rafah, because they said that this is the last area of the strip where Hamas still really dominates and operates.
Those who say that under no circumstances should we enter Rafah are basically saying, lose the war, keep Hamas there. And Hamas has promised to do the October 7th massacre over and over and over again.
The fact is that all those people have basically nowhere to go to. The question where they would go...
Were they saying don't go in there at all? Or were they saying like slow the fuck down or give people a chance to find a safe place to go? I didn't think people were saying don't do it at all. But then, yeah, I was quite relieved yesterday to hear Destiny say that Netanyahu was a subhuman piece of shit because, oh God. Oh, the criminal date's been set. We'll do that next.
Right. 2 is left unanswered. I asked the IDF where those people are supposed to go, and they still haven't answered it. And that's a question that we've been posing the IDF for quite a while now. Now, people they bring up all kind of ideas about building tent cities in other places of the strip, but it's hard to grasp the amount of people, 1.3 million people, that would have wounded.
Rare Destiny W. I don't know. I think Destiny's been really good on the Israel stuff so far. There's been a few little things that I've kind of pointed out that felt like they were a bit too biased towards Israel, but the fact that he just he's actually reading fucking full books and shit and just constantly digging in for more stuff. I don't know. I just think that's it's really good to watch. I feel like his community is in pretty decent hands with learning that stuff. Moderate frequency Destiny W. All right.
And sick, and many of them children, and under those conditions, after several months of war without anything with them, they would have to just take off and move somewhere else. And this is why this ground incursion, planned ground incursion in Rafah is getting so much attention from around the world.
Yeah, what are NGOs and humanitarian groups saying?
So the prosecutor from the...
Why were you relieved? Was he ever pro-Bibi? I think he was a bit more charitable to Bibi's performance as prime minister in the 90s. I think he always described it as Bibi dragging his heels on the peace process. But I think after reading Ben Ami especially, and a few things I pointed out as well, I don't know if I influenced that. But yeah, I think he seems to be a bit more... onto the fact that Netanyahu was very, very naughty as prime minister in the 90s. And very not interested in allowing peace to advance.
ICC, the International Criminal Court, has warned against it, and he saw it he said that he's following it. And Doctors Without Borders, they advise, it's more than advice, they opposing it and say that Israel mustn't do it. We can see that the UN says that the implications to the civilian population would be really severe.
Aid groups whose workers are also trapped aren't alone in their condemnation of the plan. The EU
and the
UN,
settlements,
and heads of neighboring countries have all warned of dire consequences. Egypt, on the other side of this border, even threatening to pull out of the Camp David Accords, a landmark treaty that brought stability to the region for nearly 50 years.
So a lot of organizations on many levels are explaining that it's going to be a bloodbath. And Israel at the moment is pushing onwards with this idea. We still don't know when it's...
You think I could learn a thing or two about his Camp David takes? What, though? I spoke to him about that yesterday. I don't think we disagree on anything factual about the Camp David Accords. Sorry, the Camp David Summit. Yeah, I don't think we disagree on any of the facts of it. I think the framing of it as an amazing deal, I just don't think it, from a Palestinian perspective, I think saying it that way is just a very poor sell. I think it was if you want to describe it as the least bad, then yeah, of course. But yeah, and I think there needs to be a bit more of a kind of sobering reality in there that there is never going to be a peace solution that is going to be massively fucking enjoyed by either side. It's because it's going to be a negotiation. We see that's why when you say considering the circumstances, that's what I mean. It's but again, an amazing deal compared to what? Again, because Clinton parameters were a lot more because people even say that the Clinton parameters were far more considerate of Palestinian needs than Camp David even going into them. So does that mean had they known that Clinton was going to come up after Camp David, of course they would have been right to reject Camp David because there were things in Clinton that addressed a lot of questions that Camp David initially didn't, especially But it's also not even to mention, had Camp David been signed by both parties, we know that the Palestinians thought Arafat was right to reject Camp David at the time. I don't think they felt the same way about the Clinton parameters, though. I don't think they did. And also, Israel thought that Barak had conceded too much. Is there even any guarantee that had Camp David been accepted that like it would have actually gone through? Because Barak was basically on his way out. What if he had lost to Sharon, and then Arafat had been like fucking set aside as he was on his way out, as he was like losing popularity to the more like to the Tanzim and to the people who were like more inspired by the Hezbollah model. I don't know. It's not. I don't think it's quite the same silver bullet that people make it out to be. There were lots of failures on both sides when it came to Camp David. As for the Clinton parameters, Arafat was absolutely a fucking retard for not like engaging with that for engaging with that in the way that he did. But yeah, I don't know.
Going to happen, and it's like exactly how, but at the moment it's a heavily discussed idea. I think it's also important to note a lot of humanitarian aid comes through Rafah, like that area. So those people that
Barak might have been saved. He might have also been the person who just negotiated a quote very generous deal with a terrorist, a lifelong terrorist. Like in the eyes of the Israeli right, because again, Barak wasn't doing very well by the time they reached Camp David, and definitely not afterwards, not because he wasn't getting a deal. It's because he was trying to get a deal with someone who was a terrorist. I don't know.
That are amassing over there now, they have some access to relative humanitarian aid. It's hardly enough, but they do have some access to it. And if all those people should be displaced once again to other parts of the Strip, it means that they will be further away from humanitarian aid. And according to sources that I've been speaking with, they will have trouble getting aid to those parts. Unless conditions would change. This is, for example, why aid doesn't reach the north of the Strip, because they don't have access to it due to the war. So that's also a consequence of what should happen if this ground incursion will move forward.
We've been tracing the path of death and destruction as the wars progressed, as the civilian populations pushed from north to south down through the Gaza Strip. And Prime Minister Netanyahu's stated that there are two goals that are the whole reason behind this. That the military operation has two goals. That is freeing the hostages and destroying Hamas. So I just briefly, can you help me understand how close is the Israeli government to achieving either of these goals?
The situation is quite grim. When it comes to destroying Hamas, it seems that it's pretty far off. Hamas is a very large organization. It's heavily embedded, and beyond that, like we can see, I think that this is something that was an incentive for this investigation, was to show that just in order to reach that moment in the war, like that stage in the war, the damage and the destruction across the Strip was just immense. So just thinking about what kind of additional damage and destruction it would have to create to society, to Palestinian society, to Gazans, in order to completely destroy Hamas, I think there's a very long road. And personally, I don't see it happening in that path. When it comes to the hostages, the situation is tragic. Dozens of them were released via a deal at the beginning of the war. 3 of them were released by the IDF. We know that 30 of them are known to be dead, and that means that about 100 approximately, as far as we know, they're still alive, but in very severe conditions and under...
What is this?
Somebody wants to know which part of Cuba we came from.
My grandfather's sugar plantation.
Yeah, with the...
I know we had family in Havana.
This is why people think she was a slave owner. Okay, that's silly. I feel like isn't sugar like the fucking essential product for fucking Cuba? Isn't like the sugar canes and all that? Yeah, I don't know. What the fuck?
Life danger. The way forward should be a deal, which is there are all kind of talks, mediators, etc. But
it was a joke. It does sound like a joke. I don't know. Fucking...
Political conditions, they don't really allow for things to move forward. Netanyahu has no space to maneuver since his coalition relies on the extreme right, and which is very, very hawkish and threatens to break the coalition should Netanyahu make any concessions to Hamas. It's also important to note that Israeli society is heavily traumatized.
I think there's a lack of transparency, and the idea of no, it's not about the Telegram. It's like I know they're posting little fucking videos and shit. I know they're doing that, but that's not the same transparency as what America was doing, say, in ISIS, when it was like reports every month. Yeah, like what the ICJ is asking for. Yeah.
From the massacre, which included torture and rape and a lot of horrible things that many people were exposed to via videos here in Israel. So people are having a hard time coming to terms with the idea of having a neighbor, such as Hamas, meaning they're opposing concessions. And then Hamas is also demanding a lot, like a complete withdrawal from the Strip. So the gap is pretty huge between the sides. And the political situation in Israel, mainly because of Netanyahu's personal position and the demands of the extreme right, makes it difficult for the deal to move forward. And hostages, which don't have any time to waste, they keep on dying. And the situation is very tragic.
It seems inevitable that you're going to be covering a lot more death and destruction for the time being.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, Dan, thank you so much for coming on and talking about your reporting. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
All right, that's it for today. I'm Damon Fairless. Thanks for listening to Front Burner. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay. That was an interesting little podcast. What was I supposed to watch here? What did I have queued up? Oh, this article. Do I want to do that? Well, there's a video to look at as well. I forgot. Personal responsibility article by a guy from Scotland. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, fuck. Wait, that thing I'm doing tonight, the post-mortem bullshit from... is it 8 p.m. ET, which means it's late as fuck. Because ESC now is 12. Because I have to stream for another 8 hours before I do this thing? I mean, it's possible. Covered any drama? Shut the fuck up. Kill yourself. No, I... in a video game. No, No, I haven't done it yet. Go to sleep now. Bro, I was so tired when I woke up today. It was absolutely insane. I don't know why. I feel like I'm still catching up on sleep somehow. Yeah, it's weird. Even though catching up on sleep's not even like a real thing. It's just a gimmick. Yeesh. I mean, we have 700 viewers across both things, so... yeah. The 8 p.m. thing is like a progressive victory hangout thing. People talking about the post-mortem on the event. With all the wankers. Fucking Lycan, IRI, Erudite, Josiah, fucking Straighter, yeah, all those people, yeah. What audience are you aiming for generally when you go full-time? I don't know if I'm aiming for a particular audience. Just people who like my stuff, I guess. That kind of audience. Don't know what that means. Is this where the drama's going to boil over? Don't know. We had loads of ideas for the PV content. I had a lot of ideas, but the Wi-Fi was fucked for the first day, so like a lot of the content just had to get shelved. But you know, okay. Aim for market socialists and liberal social democrats. I mean, I don't need to aim for them. They're basically like who I'm gonna get anyway. You know, I'm not gonna attract tankies to my audience unless they're just here to accuse me of being a phalangist, which is funny, but like I'm definitely not going to get that many conservatives unless I'm occasionally fighting with far left people. Like, yeah. Anyway, there is no moral imperative to be miserable. Yes, capitalism is why you're sad and anxious. Now what? Ooh. After years of efforts to raise awareness of mental illness, nothing has gotten better. I can sense a growing weariness with public health campaigns urging us to seek out help in the form of psychiatric drugs and therapy, podcasts where members of the royal family open up about their mental health journeys, mindfulness apps, books and articles promoting cures like horse riding and wild water swimming. If there's a common strand to all this, it's that mental illness, specifically depression and anxiety, is an individual struggle. If we have the right attitude, we can alleviate the burdens of life ourselves. If we take the first step, then help is out there. In response to the banality and cynicism of liberal mental health politics, this is definitely written from a far left perspective, okay, a counter-narrative has come to the fore. Mental illness is instead a structural problem caused by neoliberalism or late capitalism, which we should take care not to individualize. These have become standard talking points across the left-leaning media. While not incorrect, these arguments often seem like a way of appearing insightful without doing much beyond stating the obvious. It's easy to point at something and diagnose it as structural without going into any further detail about how that structure actually operates, or even what it means to say that something is structural. Sometimes this analysis goes no further than "it's all society, man." These structural problems in question are presented as essentially unchangeable sort of a radical transformation of the world, the exact details of which can be ironed out later. But there's something insidious about this counter trend. While technically truthful, yes, capitalism is driving us all mad, the focus on de-individualizing mental health and blaming systems can stop people from taking any measures at all to improve their lives. It's the system's fault becomes, there's nothing I can do if I'm depressed, because it's the system. This way of thinking can trap people in a kind of nihilism whereby any action short of revolution is framed as hopeless. The popularity of the structural problem model of mental illness might partially stem from the continued popularity of Mark Fisher among young leftists. His 2009 book, Capitalist Realism, in particular, has become a foundational text even if these ideas have a lineage which stretches back much further. It's understandable why Fisher remains relevant. Much of liberal mental health discourse corresponds exactly to what Fisher termed magical voluntarism, the belief that it is within every individual's power to make themselves whatever they want to be. I feel like this is a straw man, but I feel like the only people who say you can individually make yourself whatever you want to be are like billionaires, like fucking self-help billionaires. In Fisher's telling, capitalists want us to believe that the only thing standing in the way of the life you want is yourself. This rhetoric is far more common now than it was a decade ago, whether it's espoused by rise and grind influencers, mindfulness coaches, or conservative politicians. Since 2009, the austerity politics Fisher was responding to have only grown more entrenched, and consequently, so has the pushback that encourages everyone to stop focusing on the individual and start focusing on systems. The ideas Fisher espoused were nothing new. He was influenced largely by British psychologist and author David Smale, whose 1991 book, whose 1991 book, The Origins of Unhappiness, A New Understanding of Personal Distress, makes a similar argument about the relationship between distress and power. Most of the causes of the kind of distress which pushes people in need of comfort are not soluble because they are originated by distal social powers, which are out of reach of both sufferer and helper. Smell writes. There can, however, be a therapeutic benefit to confronting economic barriers. Most patients, in my experience, are relieved to have their personal incompetence, i.e. their moral viability as human beings, restored to them even if they are no more able than before to get to the causes of their troubles. As Smale sees it, you might find your mental health improved by accepting the hopelessness of your situation and the unlikelihood of it ever improving. More recently, mental health practitioner and author Paul Maloney has argued in the therapy industry that the problem with contemporary therapy and its attendant ways of understanding mental health is that these specialists seek to persuade us that our troubles stem not from the world in which we live, but from our lack of insight into ourselves and from our failure to take responsibility for what we think, feel, and do. Taken altogether, there is a rich and still vibrant intellectual tradition of understanding mental illness as arising from social and economic forces rather than being down to misfiring neurology or, in Smail's words, our own failures of development and understanding. Hang on. It's obvious, banal even, that the kind of world we live in has a strong structuring effect on our mental health, and that certain aspects of capitalism, exploitation, domination, loneliness are especially likely to cause distress. But when it comes to depression and anxiety, we have become stuck in a false dichotomy of either affording people too much agency, the idea you pull yourselves up by the bootstraps and maybe start journaling, or far too little, capitulating to the idea that you are doomed to unhappiness based on your relation to capital and that there can be no respite from this on an individual. While good intentions lie behind the tendency to blame capitalism for our mental health woes, leaning too heavily into the idea has unintended consequences. When you're depressed, rationalizing your way out of getting better is the last thing you should be doing. It doesn't matter how well researched or even objectively correct those rationalizations are. Might be, sorry. Yeah. When I was younger, I was fixated on the idea that I was incapable of happiness because I had been too damaged by past experiences. Later, I began to think that this was immature, liberal even, and became, this guy fucking doesn't like liberals, holy shit, and became convinced that the real reason I was doomed to unhappiness was in fact capitalism. I wish people could be more specific, like I think the thing that makes people most depressed right now is like social media. Isn't that one of the biggest things that's really fucking with young people's heads is social media and the way that it fucks with people's expectations and perceptions of other people and perceptions of where other people are in relation to yourself? Like, isn't that like one of the big, yeah, I don't know, fuck. This was probably more truthful, but in practical terms, it wasn't much of an improvement. The end result was just as deterministic and led me back to the same inertia as before. Why bother trying to get better if you know that your individual efforts are insignificant in the face of a vast economic system that will thwart you at every turn? Why make the effort to go for a walk, take less drugs, or tidy your room if none of these efforts will make a dent against the distal powers which govern your life? In the end, I used "I'm depressed because of capitalism" in exactly the same way I used "I'm depressed because of trauma," as an excuse, a way of justifying a number of unhealthy behaviors and absolving myself of responsibility for my own life. While capitalism imposes all kinds of unfreedoms, forcing you to rely on wage labor, for example, I realized it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of making my bed or going for a walk. Damn. People have, of course, addressed the question of how to fix a problem like depression when the predominant economic and social system of the world is to blame. In an excerpt from his book, Going Nowhere Slow, The Politics and Aesthetics of Depression, academic Mikkel Krauss-Franzen writes, "To understand depression through political frames does not mean that the problem of depression is immediately solved through political means. There is a horror to depression that cannot and must not be translated too quickly into the sphere of politics, regardless of our critical and revolutionary aspirations." This is astute analysis, and Franzen also points to some practical solutions. For example, therapy as a collective project, not as an individual one. There are collectives that are already doing this, along with movements for patient-led care and free or low-cost psychoanalysis. But due to the sheer prevalence of depression and anxiety, these solutions aren't immediately accessible to everyone. If this is the case, when it's hard to see how knowledge of these potential practices or theorizing how the world ought to look can do much to ameliorate an individual person's suffering. Thus, we're left with a theoretical model for the cause of our woes, and our theoretical solutions that are available to a tiny fraction of the world. The systematic analysis of mental health has not made people less depressed or anxious, but instead filtered down into our culture and morphed into a kind of self-defeating nihilism present at every turn on Twitter or TikTok. Sometimes this manifests as an outright hostility to the idea that we might have any agency over our own well-being. How dare you suggest that spending 8 hours a day looking at my phone might be contributing to my unhappiness? I'm depressed because of capitalism, or a kind of aggrieved entitlement to be miserable because we're living through a literal pandemic, because we're hurtling towards the apocalypse, because rent is too damn high. It all adds up to the message that there's no point in trying to get better because the forces stacked against you are too powerful and that it's downright cruel to suggest otherwise. If we accept the structural problem, understanding of mental health, and the limited usefulness of individual solutions, then where do we go from there? Along with structural problem and individual solution, one of the defining phrases of the current backlash to liberal mental health politics is collective action. This is the answer, the way out. But as with the structural problem, it's easy to call for collective action and much harder to specify what this ought to look like or what barriers might be standing in its way. While there is obviously political work to be done, there isn't a pre-existing mass movement which people can easily slot into as a solution to their unhappiness, which is especially true following the collapse of both the Corbyn and Sanders movements. Encouraging people to engage in some form of collective action can be solid and practical advice. It doesn't look like the left is close to seizing power anytime soon. Uh-oh. If we're being honest, but that's not to say action is futile. Even at the most basic self-help level, doing stuff with other people and having a shared sense of purpose is good for you. I'm not an activist or organizer and have no moral authority to hector or other people that they should be more politically active. But I've done enough to know that the difference between doing a little and doing fuck all, and I know which made me feel better. That's true, guys. I've done my political action. For the next 10 years, any argument I get into, I'm going to ask them if they've done any political action. Fuck them. Take them down. I'm curious that we've fallen into a deep nihilism about our mental health when leftist thinkers have at many times attempted to move us beyond the system versus individual binary. While Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus isn't exactly a self-help book, it does offer some ideas on this subject. While they don't reject psychoanalysis outright, they want to instead transform the analytic machine into an indispensable part of the revolutionary machinery. Like Fisher and Smale, they insist upon the structural roots of distress. We reply that we have never seen a schizophrenic delirium that is not firstly about race, racism, politics, that does not begin in all directions from history, that does not involve culture, that does not speak of continents, kingdoms, and so forth. I know I don't pronounce names well. Fuck you. Sorry. Okay. How do I say it then? Borg. You're up. You're on the spotlight. Get into the fucking room. I'm not going to continue until I know how to pronounce this person's name. No, you have to say it. I am an audio learner. Deleuze. Deleuze. That's what I said. Deleuze. Didn't I? Fuck's sake. All right. Deleuze and Guattari. Deleuze, I don't know, fuck it. Argue that there can be a that there can be a radical potential in reshifting your own thinking and that doing so can prefigure political action. As I understand it, they offer a number of tasks which you can pick up to exercise free will under capitalism, perhaps the most relevant of which is destroy, destroy, a whole scouring of the unconscious, a complete curita... Okay. A complete courgette. We have to get rid of everything which oppresses us internally, whether God, law, Oedipus, or trauma. In order for social change or revolution to happen, we must first shed our old habits, rather than being a site of stasis. Oh my God. The distressed mind becomes a battlefield. The lessons provided by these thinkers has been lost to history. Today, liberals, that's you guys, and the right have cornered the market on offering advice on how to overcome unhappiness and distress. I can't think of anything more hackneyed than claiming we need a Jordan Peterson of the left, so I won't. But I think there is a reason Peterson and his book, 12 Rules for Life, are so popular. If the structural model can afford people too little agency, then the problem with Peterson is the exact opposite. It offers an abundance, a surfeit of agency. It's the kind of magical volume voluntarism Fisher critiques, taken to an absurd extreme. Peterson agrees with any of the left-wing writers I've mentioned on the point that the world is a difficult place, but the problem isn't rooted in how society is organized so much as the universal susceptibility to despair, disease, aging, and death. Life is hard because, well, that's just the way it is, and Peterson counsels against trying to change this unfortunate fact. Don't blame capitalism, the radical left, or the inequity of your enemies, he writes. Don't reorganize the state until you have ordered your own experience. Have some humility. If you cannot bring peace to your household, how dare you try to rule a city? He advocates for self-control, self-discipline, and hard work, while recognizing no external obstacles beyond the generic suffering to which every living thing is subject. If your life isn't how you want it to be, he argues, then it's entirely your own fault, and a form of moral cowardice to imagine otherwise. It's an appealing fantasy when your other option is to simply decide that the world is too hard, and thus you are destined to be sad. You are Stephen Beneld to be sad. That's not good. There are liberal counterparts to Peterson, best exemplified by British writer Matt Haig, whose self-help books have sold millions. The most well-known of these, 2015's Reason to Stay Alive, details how his own experience of depression through a series of Instagram-ready aphorisms. Minds have their own weather systems. You are in a hurricane. Hurricanes run out of energy eventually. Hold on, or live, love, let go. The 3 L's. Central to Haig's project is the universality of depression. It's important to him that everyone, even millionaires and celebrities, is susceptible. Despite what you may have thought, you don't have to be an unemployed loser to get the blues. This may be true, but it ignores the reality that unhappiness is not evenly distributed. Global studies have found that mental illness is around twice as common among poor people as it is among the wealthy. Black and minority ethnic communities also face a higher prevalence of mental illness and greater barriers to accessing treatment. Universalizing depression to the extent Haig does ignores these realities. His strident lack of politics can be summed up in a passage which informs the reader that Winston Churchill, the union-busting architect of the Bengal famine, okay. Was not an effective wartime prime minister, not in spite of having depression, but because of it. Haig and Peterson agree on the fact that the world is a difficult place, and neither are much interested in attempting to change this. What they both offer people is a set of strategies aimed at accepting the world as it is. In contrast to Peterson's stern asceticism, Haig's work promotes liberal values, the importance of art, the redemptive power of a bloody good book, the health benefits of taking a city break to Paris. Yeah. Capitalism does play a role in Haig's worldview, but mostly as something which tricks us into buying moisturizer rather than as a system which impoverishes and exploits us. There is no expectation that the state should do anything differently beyond better funding mental health services. This isn't an unreasonable demand, of course, but by the time someone has arrived at the point where they require this support, the horse has already bolted. The more pressing question is what changes we can enact to stop so many people from becoming depressed in the first place. What I think is potentially instructive about Haig and Peterson and their enormous success is that they give people a sense of agency, and with this, a list of clear commands and instructions. However reactionary and insipid their work, they're clearly addressing a desire people have to believe their lives can be made better. I don't think the left should be in the business of telling people what to do in a top-down didactic fashion, but we should have more to say about how to live in the world as it is. It's important to think critically about what things people have agency over and what it would mean to expand the field of individual and collective agency, rather than accepting the Haig-Peterson version, you can change anything, or the nihilistic structural version, you can't change anything. If the likes of Haig and Peterson are offering people a form of individual aspiration, what might a more collective version of that look like? There must be a way of recognizing that yes, the world really is this bad without excusing ourselves of individual responsibility to change it and to strive for a fulfilling life. It can be helpful, I have found, to recognize that you can sometimes exercise a degree of autonomy over your own thoughts and actions, if not always the wider context you inhabit. There is a balance to be struck between acknowledging the truth of an idea, like capitalism causes mental illness, without resigning yourself entirely to its implications, specifically that you won't get better until the world around you does. The truth is, we might be waiting a long time for that to happen, but there are often actions we can take to mitigate the effects of our environment, even in the face of the most brutal exploitation and oppression. People have worked together and changed their circumstances for the better. And if we're being honest, plenty of people in the global north who have bought wholesale into the idea that they are victims of neoliberalism are facing rather a lot less than that. Agency is not distributed equally, but that's not to say normal, non-wealthy people don't have it, or that you need to be a millionaire to exercise it. Oh. Sometimes I feel an emptiness that I'm reluctant to situate within myself, because the world we live in is really is ugly, banal, and cruel, and it doesn't seem entirely disordered to believe that everything is good as dying. But it's still possible to find beauty, find meaning, to have fun with your friends, or whatever, even if this all happens in spite of the way the economy is organized. While the structural model of mental illness is important and doesn't inevitably lead to inertia, it's easy to get carried away with a good idea. We should be wary of letting it become an excuse or a cudgel against our mental well-being. We should be wary of letting it become an excuse or cudgel against mental well-being, okay? There is no moral imperative to be miserable, and nihilistic resignation is the most conservative effect of all. Ooh, that's a good ending. I feel like blaming capitalism and neoliberalism for being exceptional in producing like mental health issues is just kind of taken as a truism. I wonder, did feudalism not produce mental health issues, or does fucking Soviet communism not produce mental health? I don't know. I feel like even outside of capitalism and neoliberalism, like people had more agency in the workplace and all that kind of shit. Like social media would be something that's would be so hard to overcome, like even in that society. But whatever. That was a good article. I liked it. Goddamn. Furry box. That's not what this is, actually. Bruh. All right, what's the drama?
Porn. Past the point of being like mid-20s at the oldest and it not be fucking weird. Okay? When you're in your 30s, I think you got to accept that your tastes are probably going to develop, and if they haven't, and you're specifically seeking out the youngest possible age, there's questions to be asked there, okay?
You talking about dating or
wants
porn?
to fuck 14 to 17-year-olds. And then he also says, an interesting take.
Boy.
Another one that I just don't know where the fuck.
But how do I make money?
Yeah, Dan says he's left Discording, which is kind of interesting.
At least their voices. They play the Oh Boy.
Old clips.
Doesn't Quarter have one that's like exactly the same thing?
I think it's okay.
Right, it's okay.
Here's another one.
You okay? There are... We have a lot...
Oh shit, play them both.
Okay. That's Quartering.
Okay.
And then the other one?
What are these soundboards?
Whoa!
What's going on?
It's like the
Jesus.
same
dude!
I thought
Holy
both
shit.
were Quartering, honestly.
Okay. Okay. Holy shit.
Don't do the drama. It's just, I mean, Chad's making his 2,500 viewers. He's doing well off the drama, eh? AH, thanks for the tier 2 sub for 2 months now. I really appreciate that. I don't understand this YouTube membership stuff, but I hope you're having a good day. It seems you understand it well enough. You're a YouTube member. And now you've got access to emotes that other people don't have. That's all it is. And it's been 2 months, which means you're becoming a half box as opposed to a quarter box. Tier 2 sub. God damn it. It's a big sub. Fuck. And we haven't had a bunch of subs for quite a while, so it's good to be catching back up. Catching back up with Sub Nation. Have you given your 2 cents about the Vosh stuff? No. I probably will in a moment. Do I really want to? I feel like my position on it is very fucking obvious. and but no one else seems to be saying it. Um, you kind of have to so you don't get lumped in. What? What do you mean lumped in? um, okay. I'm not gonna get lumped in with anyone. Fuck. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna like throw myself into the fucking battlefield or whatever, the no man's land, but okay, takes. I don't know. At the end of the day, all right. Vosh has always been really good to me personally. I don't know why. He hasn't always had all the incentives to. Even though I've fought like with people like his real life friends, like fucking Doe, Demon Mom, and all that. Like they know him in person. So Xander Hall's on that list as well now, apparently, but he's never really come after me or had a fucking go at me or whatever. That doesn't really take away from the fact though that I don't always judge people based on how they treat you. It's also how they treat other people. And Vosh, I have noticed over the years, has not really been that good faith as he has with me, with other people I know, right? I don't think he's been very good faith with people like Anna Kasparian, like calling her a fucking bitch and like the white woman Karen moment and shit. The way he was with RGR, I think, was pretty bad. The way he's been with like Destiny, I think, is pretty unfair. Like, there's been a few examples of that. Yeah, like yeah. But you know, I I think some of the excuses he's been giving for the folder stuff is pretty bad. I don't know how many people are buying the short stack thick, kind of like the same way goblins do it. I don't think he actually said the person in the drawing was a goblin. I think he said that she was short stack thick in the same way that they draw goblins, but not that that makes it any more silly or any less silly. But at the end of the day, I was just thinking, so it seems to be that there was one picture that was definitely like a lolly person in the picture, right? With the horse. Okay. Did you even watch the clips? No, I've just seen the pictures of the folder. And I've seen a few of the clips of him like giving his explanation. Yeah. I haven't seen that much. I've seen a lot of the Twitter action as well. Like everyone's going in and out. Holy shit. End of the day, don't give a fuck about the horse stuff. That's whatever. People are weird, but it don't care. Me myself, I'm very vanilla, so I don't need to deal with these problems. But you know, despite my poly and fucking open relationship stuff, I'm generally quite vanilla. But I did wonder, and this is the kind of thing that everyone knows is true, but you're never gonna get data on it or like a big confirmation of it. It's just something that everyone kind of knows but hasn't mentioned so far, is how many people, I would wonder, I'd love to see a stat for this. I'd love to see a statistic for the people who are calling Vosh a pedophile because of the lolly picture, like a pedophile, as in like, you know how there's a hierarchy of problems here, right? There's liking lolly, which is quite weird, and then there's liking actual real life child pornography, which is really, really bad because you can't really make that without people getting fucking abused and shit. And then there's actually being someone who wants to fucking like and participates in abusing kids, right? So there's like 3 things here, and they're all quite far. Like the difference between each one of these things is pretty fucking massive, right? We're starting at stage 1, which is like a drawing, right? It's a fucking drawing. Like, but as far as looking at this stat that I would love to see, which we're never going to get, is the amount of people who are using the lolly drawing as evidence that Vosh is a pedophile. Like, I would just love to know what percentage of those people have not at some point in their life enjoyed like been one of the many people who enjoy things like fucking incest porn or like daughter play or those fucking weird videos of like fucking 18, 19-year-olds who put themselves in pigtails so they look like fucking kids, or even like back in the day before, even it wasn't even until quite recently when Pornhub had to massively increase their checks and balance systems to make sure that no teenagers were no underagers were getting on the site, because it turned out a lot of them were, and those videos were really, really fucking popular because like I guess people have a thing for youths, I guess, like and also probably the fact that some porn sites haven't done the same kind of like precautions, and that shit still probably exists, and like there's just no way of confirming. Yeah, I don't know, the kind of like you know how popular incest porn is on the internet, right? But I don't think if you find someone watching like fucking weird incest porn or like daughter play and all that stuff, like how many, what percentage of them is going to go from that, like acted out, presumably, do we even know? Hopefully, like it's acted out, that they are translating that like viewership into going and like trying it on with their sister or like their child or some crazy shit like that. Yeah. Didn't Vosh say there was a connection to lolly and pedos? I mean, mate, there probably is, right? Because if you're a pedophile, you're probably going to have a preference toward that stuff. But whether or not someone who has like one lolly picture in a folder means that they're going to be a pedophile, I don't fucking know. Like, it's a drawing. It's a drawing. But that's basically all I have to say about it. I don't know, fucking, yeah. Because I know for a fact, like, people saying that like this is like clear evidence of Vosh being like a nonce, or that he needs to go to therapy or check himself out and all that based on this one thing, right? If we can add all the, obviously like Vosh has had pretty bad moments with women, right? Like with fucking the Poppy stuff, or with that fucking English girl who he was calling her like a TERF and saying that she wants to be sexually harassed and shit because of the skirt and stockings. That, yeah, he's had pretty fucking horrible moments. But at the end of the day, the fact that there are like definitely people out there who are jumping on this bandwagon who have probably enjoyed some fucking sussy porn shit in the past themselves, or have even in real life made women feel uncomfortable by hitting them in a weird way, or just like some shit like that. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I think there's probably a little bit of fucking hypocrisy going on. At the end of the day, people who use this kind of stuff, they don't really care about the well-being of kids when they're doing this kind of outrage. They care about making someone they don't like look bad, and or just jumping on the bandwagon. I think even Sean said that what he was doing on Twitter was just seeing someone with this like sussy porn in his folder and going, "Ha, look at that dipshit!" Like, you know. And I guess if you want to make a broader argument about all the clips of Vosh that have been gathered over the years, and this is just like the nail in the coffin, maybe, but I'd imagine if Vosh's past with women and with like takes on CP was completely a blank slate, I think people would probably still do the same thing that they're doing now with this folder thing. So, yeah. Who the fuck downloads images of porn on their computer? What fucking 1999 bullshit are we? Oh god, it was in the to be sorted folder. I'm glad no one tried the it was in the to be sorted folder. Maybe he was actually putting it in the bad and unethical folder. Like, oh shit, I don't know. I don't think it's like having that one picture in it. I don't think that's a sign of like anything really. I don't know. It's a fucking drawing. Fuck off. Like, yeah, I don't know. That's my entire thing. I don't really plan on going into the fucking war zone over it, but yeah. I would like to think if it was 3. Apparently, there's like some dispute over whether one of the other ones is actually lolly or not. But yeah, as far as we know, there seems to be one that everyone agrees is lolly. Yeah.
Bastard.
You think there's just one? I demand a ceasefire and investigation. What if it was 3? Again, yeah. the fact that there are people jumping on that. Okay, here's an example. Let's just take two things. What do you think is worse? All else equal. What do you think is worse? Guy who's got a bit of lolly on his fucking folder, right? Like there's like three. Someone's got 3 lolly pictures in the to be organized folder. And horses, okay? That's one person. And the other person made a woman really uncomfortable by hitting on her too aggressively in a bar. A woman who's a bit older than him, maybe 3 years older than him, right? Which of these two people are worse? All else equal. 1 or 2? Two being the guy who makes the one uncomfortable. Depends on who did what. What a fucking take, yeah. Which one's a Republican? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, well. I don't know. The perks of being vanilla, though, eh? I don't have to ever deal with this kind of problem. And the perks of the fact that I can't talk to women, so I never... I'm sorry. Okay. I don't know. Did we miss anything? I feel like this is the easiest drama to say anything about. I feel like it's kind of an open and shut case to me. Is Vosh's career over? I don't know. He'll have his fans. I don't think he's really necessarily arming them with the best arguments, but it's a pretty difficult, like, if I was him, I would just be like, yeah, it's a drawing, fuck you, if I was in that position, but thankfully I don't ever have to be. Yeah. It's going to limit his growth. Yeah, but he's had plenty of those moments anyway, right? As far as if I wanted to fucking assassinate Vosh, like a character assassinate, you would just go over the fucking the sexual harassment stuff, right? Because I think way worse than any like lolly folder would be the way he spoke about that English girl, right? The English girl who I guess he decided she was a TERF because I think just because she was an English girl who wasn't like left wing, and then saying that she wanted to be sexually harassed because she was wearing a skirt and stockings. Obviously the poppy stuff, yeah, but I'm talking about recently, yeah. Obviously the poppy stuff is worse as well, yeah. So it's not like we found like a final, it's not like the people who are after him have found a final silver bullet and all that. Like it's just, yeah. The things to slam Vosh over have existed on the internet for a long time, yeah. The way he talked about Anna, oh yeah. Yeah, that was not good. Anyway. Oh look, there are more viewers coming in now that I'm talking about the Vosh drama. That's amazing. We love that. Makes me so happy. Oh. Which English girl? Some English girl was making a video about femininity, and Vosh decided that she was a TERF. She responded, and Vosh called her a bitch and said that she wants to be sexually harassed because she's wearing a skirt and stockings. It was weird. He said it in a tank top as well, which didn't really add to the aesthetic. Okay. Is that all the drama coverage? We good? Did we win? She's called the Authentic Observer. Yes, she is. And she's funny as fuck. She might be a little bit right-wing, but she's quite funny. I think she definitely gave Vosh a pretty large L in that exchange. I don't know. Smugbug. No, I know I can do the debate with Smugbug by myself, okay? I don't need Smugbug to debate Smugbug on this issue because Smugbug will say that the lolly thing is bad because it can foment a desire to fucking abuse children in one's brain, and ergo even doing it as a one-off or doing it at all is bad inherently. And I'll be like, okay, let's assume that there was an imaginary human being out there who was able to enjoy lolly pictures but never abuse kids or never do anything. Would that be okay? And then he would be like, oh, there you go. Fucking. Is that a straw man? I hope it was. Fuck you. And then he'd be like, no, Books, this is actually why you're losing the debate and why I'm winning the debate. I'm sorry. Oh god. Okay. Should I upload that as a segment and just get thrown into the fucking trenches? Should I do that? I just want to talk about politics. I just want to play online chess. I would be really on my own out there, you know? Debate some people. No. Fuck. I understand how optics works. There's no way. It's such an obvious take, but people have their guy that they want to fucking smack up and all that, and yeah, I don't. God, I wish there could be a Black Mirror episode. I wish there could be a Black Mirror fucking style episode where tomorrow all the people who are going massively morally grandstanding against Vosh have all their fucking folders and search histories leaked. No incognito, nothing like that. It's all been stored somewhere and it's all just getting blasted, all sent to their friends and families and their girlfriends and their wives and shit. That's what I want. All the times they've been at a bar and they've made a woman fucking uncomfortable or whatever. All of it. All of it's been logged. It's all out at once. Go. The Purge. That's what I want. Yeah, I know. It's based. Yeah, that's based. There's a Black Mirror episode that's kind of like that. Where... How is Ohio? Ohio was banging. Absolutely banging. He has a history of this. Yeah, some people have a history of enjoying fucking incest porn and talking about it on stream. Not just like brother, sister and all that, but I mean, actually fucking like father, daughter and all like yeah, yeah. What does that mean? What does that mean if there are people who are like that? Does that have to mean something? Does it have to mean that they're out there fucking planning on having a kid and abusing them? Like, I don't... Maybe I just don't understand because I can't identify with those people. Like, fuck. You know what porn I like? I like porn where a dude fucks a woman. That's the kind of porn I like. Yeah, that's it. I like it when two people are fucking and maybe doing foreplay. I don't know. It's just, I don't even watch that much porn. Like, fuck. I only watch Missionary. No, I don't only watch Missionary. All right. Anyway. The Trump peace plan. The shape of that baby. Fuck me. The shape of that map. Okay. Okay. What now? The Abraham Accords were really talking about short stack goblins. Oh god. I feel deflated. Tell me about it, Glitterbell. Tell me your thoughts. I'm married. I don't watch porn. If I did, my wife would end me. Well, I'm sorry that's happened to you. That's pretty cringe. Why? The thing I don't get is, I can't be the only person who's had that take, am I? Maybe I'm massive. I don't know. I can't be. I know Destiny doesn't want to have a take because I guess he just doesn't like Vosh enough to get involved. Oh no. Fucking WAP goblin. Oh no. Oh, the fuck. Everyone's getting thrown in here. Like, yeah, this is obviously just people who don't care, right? They just want to fucking smear people. My racism is central to my pedophilia. I would not have sex with Piker if he was a child because he's Turkish. Bro. Yes, these are Keffels' authentic, sincere thoughts. As is this with you were hot at 10, any pics. And these fucking retards are out here like, oh my god, we got him. They'll never get out of this one. We got him red-handed. Yeah, fucking hell. Fuck off. Why does no one take my political commentary seriously? Oh my god, we got this pedophile. Get his ass. Next week, did you know that pedo hunting is actually very detrimental to the well-being of children according to studies? Like, yeah, okay. Which it is, actually. It cheapens the fucking use of the word and all that. Okay, what? What now? Apparently Mr. Girl came out to Vosh's defense. Me, yes, me and Mr. Girl on the front lines. No one else is brave enough to I don't like Mr. Girl. No. So do you see how this highly upvoted post in the H3 podcast subreddit is making the same exact point I was making in my conversation with Vosh? But Vosh called me a pedophile and then later exposed his lolly to his audience by accident. And then Ethan Klein called both of us pedophiles. By scaring people away from talking about this, you were actually running interference for child abusers. Oh. Mr. Girl, the rapper with zero abuse allegations, is not the boogeyman. It's step-parents, teachers, religious leaders, and parents with access to children. If you ask women about their preteen experiences, and I have, they usually give similar answers to the post below. Do you see how it's a disservice to women and girls to pretend that it's a rare disorder to find a 16-year-old, the age of consent in half of the US, attractive? It would be helpful to these girls to get past the denial and doublespeak and admit that it is common to find teens attractive and yet abusive to act on it. Sexual abuse is a problem you can't address if you don't understand it, and if you think the average man is most attracted to 25-year-olds, you don't understand the problem. I don't get it. Like, the people fucking kid themselves. I don't know. The reason you shouldn't fuck fucking 15, 16, 17-year-olds, it's not because they're unattractive, right? It's not because they are inherently fucking ugly or anything. It's because they can't consent. It's because they are not like equipped to consent to sex with an adult. That's why you don't do it, because it's damaging to them, right? It's not because of their fucking looks, right? Clipped LeMayo. Go ahead. Don't give a fuck. It would be helpful to these girls to get past the denial and doublespeak and admit it's common to find teens attractive, yet abuse to act on it. Sexual abuse is a problem if you can't address if you don't understand it. Oh yeah, we already read that. You know what the android stripper analogy really gets to by removing all inhibitions? Drugs and alcohol may be the greatest corollary with sexual abuse. That's what the real question is. What age does a drunk man find most attractive? Ask some women in your audience and see if they say 25. I don't know. So what is your take? My take is you shouldn't abuse children, i.e. people who are under 18. If you watch Lolly, I don't know. I find that's a bit weird, but like if you're just looking at Lolly, it's a fucking cartoon. If that's all you're doing, like whatever. Go nuts. If you feel like it's giving you urges to go beyond watching Lolly, then probably find a therapist. Like, is that complicated? Don't be one of those people who acts as who says things like, I don't know, dude, I'm 23 and even dating a 21-year-old is just, I can't even, oh God, it's so disgusting. Like, don't be that person, because if you talk like that, you know what you sound like to me? You sound like a guilty nonce. All right? Fuck off. Age of consent's called in 16? That's dumb. It's too low. It should be fucking 18. Like, it's not good that it's 16 in Scotland, okay? You can be in school when you're 16. Ugh. Okay, whatever. I'm done. I don't give a fuck about it. We'll see what the massive fucking clipchin backlash bullshit is, and then we'll just never address any of it and move on. Okay. Yeah. Well done, guys. We got through it. So stupid. It's so stupid. What's this? Stream chat. What is this? Oh, he's addressed it in the past. Has he said anything about it now, or is he just saying, I don't want to have an opinion because I don't like Vosh?
Arians in my chat, it's usually to make fun of the fact that they argue about wanting to be pedophiles all the time. That's what we talk about when it comes to liberty.
No, are you talking about Vaush when you say that?
I don't think Vaush has done anything that is remotely pedophilic ever.
But that's really weird because he's talked about how this the age of consent would be lower in a socialist society. He's talked a lot about the age of consent. I read an article today that said
that Discord log is very odd. I've never actually known why he said that. Anyway,
his opinions on the age of consent have changed a lot since 2019. So I do think it's maybe like a little bit disingenuous to say he's never said anything.
I think that if you go and listen to any
consent.
of the arguments that Vosh has ever given when talking about the age of consent, they are far more nuanced than I think we should be able to fuck little kids. I don't think Vosh has ever said anything even remotely bordering
he said that
on
in a socialist society, things would be better to the degree that we wouldn't like need to have age of consent because people would be happier. So I actually do think that I actually don't
I would
agree
encourage
with that.
you.
I will say that I don't agree with that.
That's such a brave take. I would encourage you to go find his original video, watch it, and you know what? If you have an issue with it, I know that he'd love to chat with you about it, and I know that it's nowhere near as hyperbolic as you're making it sound.
Okay, whatever. Fine. That's really old. That's 3 years old, that video. Has he said anything now? Is there anything? I feel like he would never be able to hold it in if he has a spicy take on it. I don't know. Let's see. Let's go digging. If it's there, it'll be on the subreddit. Hassan versus Poland. Oh, we'll do that next. Hassan versus the Poles. Destiny's base take on Lolly. Uh-oh.
Did you see the Lolly discussion on Reddit? You know, if Vosh was a better person and not such a piece of shit, I'd be in the trenches. Because you know what? Who the fuck cares about Lolly? Who cares about drawn? Imagine your life is so boring you give a fuck about animated cartoon girls. Like, how old is the girl? I don't know. How old is the fucking drawing? It's a goddamn picture. Who the fuck cares?
What is that? How old is the drawing?
Grow the fuck up, okay? People in Ethan's subreddit are like calling the FBI on fucking Vaush. He's looking at cartoons that I don't like. I think that like, bro, who the fuck cares? Okay, call me when this guy's fucks his way through some fucking preschoolers. Okay, until then, get out of here. Who cares?
Okay. At least if I get attacked now, I won't be alone. That's good. Who called the FBI? No, there's no fucking way someone called the FBI on Vosh for having a horse lolly cartoon on his hard drive. Oh, God. Is that not a federal offense to waste fucking FBI time with that bullshit? Oh, my God. Is it illegal in some states? He called Tacoma PD. Oh, no. What does that mean? It's illegal. Like, it's illegal to draw it? It's illegal to own it? What the fuck, man? That's weird. What if you draw it yourself and just keep it in a drawer? Like, you're my new Vaush, you better not fuck up. That's fine. Again, the perks of being vanilla, you know?
So they're directly supporting child rape.
Yeah, I think it's hypocritical. If I because I bought my computer and the silicon in it was.
Oh, I don't care about this. It's so dumb fucking argument. All right. Did you see that Willie Max made a video about Vosh? Yeah, but I don't want to watch that. No, I was. What was I going to say? People in the sub said to report him to Tacoma PD. Is he still in Tacoma, or is that just a meme? I don't fucking. Oh, God. Oh, Tacoma's in the Seattle area. Okay, so he still is there, yeah. Oh, because Tacoma Web was to do with COVID, wasn't it? Yeah. Can we get your take on not safe for work fan art of you and Destiny? Is there not safe for work fan art of me and Destiny? What? That's probably cringe, but where is it? Oh no. Uh, You got way too excited to play it off as cringe. I don't know. No one's ever done that to me before. I'm curious. Is that okay? I am a heterosexual, but you know, I was just curious. Like, you should watch the Destiny Mark Lamont Hill debate. Why? I watched some of it off stream. Why? This is a standard debate about fucking war crimes and safe zones and fucking human shit. It's just why do I need to watch that? It's cool. I guess it's cool that the Mark guy was being really like chill and good faith and all that, but I don't know. I want to see the NSFW bullshit just because if my folder gets leaked, that's the only thing people can see in it. And they can't say anything because it would be homophobic. All the WoW and chess porn. Hey. What do you anticipate being the most interesting part of the Benny Morris Finkelstein debate to be, if anything? Probably their debate over Hamas and Israel in the last 20 years. I think Finkelstein has some very bold takes on how all those wars transpired and yeah. The flour mill. Oh yeah, the last debate over the flour mill. The thing is like Finkelstein's he's a very good debater. He knows better than to just go into like the historical minutia with someone like Benny Morris, because Finkelstein cites Benny Morris in his work. So it's like, yeah, he's very optically minded. Defining human shield, yeah. Well. What, guys? What do you want from me? Well, we blasted our viewer count, didn't we, by talking about Lolly? What does that make you guys, eh? I thought we were doing interesting news coverage. We were learning about personal responsibility. We were learning about the attack on Rafah and how it's actually become a lot more controversial in the international community than anything of Israel's previous actions. Why? But now you're like, oh, tell us about the lolly, Lona Box. Tell us about the lolly. Do you think he's prepared enough for this level of debate? Yeah, probably. Yeah. He's been, well, maybe once he reads Finkelstein's book and just checks some of the footnotes, I think because I think he's expecting to find a lot of shit that's very inaccurate, but yeah, or not inaccurate, but like propagandistic is probably what he's looking for, yeah. Tell me about the lolly, Lona Box. Tell me about the lolly. Wait, does Lorna Box lift? Of course I lift, STV Philly. What are you talking about? I lift all the weights. I do all the gym. I do squats. I do dread lifts. I don't know. What's your tell me my opinion on the lolly? Fuck. Hmm. Considering you are Scottish, did you actually do any canvassing? Of course I did. I did some very legitimate canvassing. Yeah, I did. I got people registered to vote. Made sure they were, asked them some questions, how they felt about the situation. Rip Vosh's career. Maybe. Maybe. It doesn't look good out there. It also doesn't look good the fact that he just made so many enemies on his way up to this point right now. There are so many chud clips on Twitter though. What the fuck? I don't even know what his opinion is.
Crazy. And I'm an open book about it. In fact, I spoke on a show about it. You know, Peepaw and MAGA Edits, they did a show and they asked me about it and they said, "Oh, can we talk about it?" I was like, "Yeah, sure. Go for it. Go crazy. Ask whatever you want." Because I'm an open book on it. You know, if you want to ask questions about it and bring me on your show to haul me over the coals and go over it all, you know, obviously reading the DMs are cringe because they're fucking terrible, but I'm willing to do that, you know? Because I'm happy to answer to whatever supposed crimes you think I committed, you know? But yeah, I mean,
what crimes is
it's so crazy that someone will defend the content that Vosh has. Crazy.
Okay. Can be his opinion can be summarized as "send me money." Okay. This is definitely more his wheelhouse though, because I'm wondering if I want to do anything else now or if I want to have a break before the post-mortem progressive victory thing. Lorna Box VGG is for the take. That's pretty mean thing to say, STV Philly. Don't look at it that way. Trying to think what I want to do. If I take a break, I might just have food, go gym, come back, get cancelled, do the event. Will you be cancelling for the SMP? Probably. I'd have to look at how the platform has changed or how they've changed since the last election, because there might be a good reason to go. I doubt I'd be going Scottish Labour. There might be a good reason to go Green, but for a general, probably not. Probably be SNP. Yeah. I would probably campaign for Scottish Greens on a more local level or like in the national election, not the general, but that's not for a while. Not for a wee while. The Greens have done well, though. They've managed to push a lot of like progressive policies out of the SNP in their coalition. True. Very true.
The explanations too. No. Pigeon. Jesus.
Oh, okay.
Leapt across the desk. No. I've done this so many times. So many times. Like
Why
it's
now?
been
Why
5
is it
years,
now
guys.
that you're... I've done it so many times and no more. All of a sudden.
Yet you've refused to come up with a logical defense that we think makes enough sense.
Yeah, if you're being accused of something so
Yeah.
serious, you think you'd want to watch so you can defend it.
Come on.
Yeah.
I give him space to talk.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Sometimes it's just part of the job, even if you don't want to watch it.
Right.
I mean, we've had to do stuff like that.
Yeah, of course.
There is, I mean, obviously, you don't need to respond to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that
He's
wants
been
to.
accused of something so serious, of crimes most foul. Oh God. Can we talk about Israel-Palestine now? I mean, that's the other dramatic thing that's happening right now, isn't it? That's drama 2. Do you have something like an online questionnaire that you can do that would show how much you align with each party? I might do that for the Bonger election. Yeah, I don't even know if I value those things very much, but if it's just if it's very policy based, maybe, yeah. Maybe. Thoughts on the assault on Rafah? I don't know the details of it yet, but it does look like it's stirring up a lot more dissent from Israel's allies than anything else they've done so far. So I'm kind of inclined to believe the allies of Israel over Netanyahu. So, but I haven't seen enough to make a 100% conclusion. Just where I'm leaning right now. Apparently, there's also some rising tensions between fucking like North and South Korea, and I think the UK are talking about worrying escalations with Russia. It could get quite harsh out there, you know. But I don't know what to trust with this war that I go to his loner block. That's cool. That's cool. I think what I need to do is maybe your dad was right. He needs a couple of W's in his life, you know. Make a streaming website. Again, I need to find out exactly who's going to do that for me, because I've had people offer to do it for free, but I feel like I might just ask that cake person, to someone reliable. But yeah, fuck. Go all in on the tomfoolery discourse. What even happened there? Was he like oogling? This is my impression of the tomfoolery drama: is he was oogling Kelly Jean and then debated her on why she should be okay with it or some shit like that. I don't know. Whatever it was, it sounded a bit goonery. Yeah, it sounded a bit oof. Sounds like he might need a few more fucking Reddit accounts to do the damage control on that one. Yeah. There you go. That's my entire take on the Tom Coomery debacle. Be normal to women, guys. I hope so. Yeah. I hope you guys are. Fuck me. But I don't know. It's just the thing is like when you think coming back to it one more time, when you think about how fucking popular all these massively degenerate categories are on porn sites, like the fucking teen, like the old young, like the father daughter, the fucking son and mother, the incest, like brother sister, the fact that all these categories are just so insanely popular online, but suddenly when you get into the public sphere, suddenly no one likes it. Suddenly it's everyone around us is grossed out by it. Who the fuck would ever? It's so cringe. Ugh. Just be vanilla, guys. Easy. Or don't, because not everyone's like that. Hentai sites even more. Yeah, it's because people are ashamed. Yeah, but they're ashamed and then they take out that shame on other people when they're caught. Oh, that's the worst thing. Fuck, man. There's Is there any metrics on where the demand is from? At a guess, Lee, I would say men. I'd say the demand mostly comes from men. Do you think the Vosh defense has been bad so far? Yeah, it's been fucking horrible. Yeah, like, obviously. Mm. What's been bad about it? Because you're never going to get, like, it's so much more plausible that he just enjoyed a picture that had lolly in it and doesn't want to admit that, even though he's been caught with it. That's like, and I feel like it would be a lot, I don't know, there's no easy way to do it, but I feel like the more honest thing would just be like, yeah, I saw this, thought it was all right, didn't give a fuck. It's a drawing. Fuck you, idiot. Like, go back to morally grandstanding while you've got fucking 3 incest and teen videos on your next tab. Like, that's probably what I would say if I was. But again, it's probably very difficult to say that in public, right? Yeah, because you're basically admitting to liking lolicon, and lolly is fucking gross. Yeah, I don't know. Majority of step whatever porn tends to have the most popular porn stars, and I bet most people choose porn by thumbnail. Nah, there is a fetish over there is absolutely a fetish over the incest thing. Like, that's why it's scripted to be like incest. That's why if it's like father-daughter stuff, the girls like try to make themselves look younger with fucking pigtails and shit. Like, stop coping. Stop coping. It's a fucking category. It's a popular category, okay? It's not that the fucking incest porn actors are better looking in the thumbnails than the non-incest porn actors. If you're attracted to the thumbnail and the hot porn stars, then the most popular category would be like, I don't know, beautiful women porn, or like porn star porn or something like that, or celebrity, like not fucking, yeah, it's the role play that's fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck. The copium. The copium's everywhere. Can't get out of it. We have an incest porn enjoyer defending their. It's not incest. Yeah, and you know what else? Lolly is not actually fucking children. It's a drawing of a fucking made up child. Like, how could people use the incest porn is all it's all acted out defense, but then not realize the same thing can be applied to it's so stupid. Fucking. What are your thoughts on Chris drama? I don't know what the Chris drama is. If someone enjoys stepbrother porn or stepsister, do you think that's them saying, I wish I could do this IRL? You know what? Most of the time, probably not. But is that crazy to think? Yeah, I think most of the time it's probably not the case that that's happening, because for the amount, for how fucking popular incest porn is it really as common as the amount of fucking people who are trying to fuck their sisters or their daughters or their, maybe, but fuck. No, it's fucking porn. Like, shit. Oh. I don't know. I'm just gonna have a fucking meltdown if I have to deal with this shit. I knew I didn't want to talk. It was a bad idea to talk about this shit. Fuck me. What a cruel world, chat. I know someone in my DMs wants me to add the point. Not just someone, like someone I actually know and like, is saying that fucking yeah. I know some, yeah, people are also trying to make the point that fucking people can't choose what they're attracted to, and that's why if you're only doing it in a fucking like cartoon context where literally there's no victim involved, like, what else are you gonna do? Yeah, fuck, I don't know. But obviously, you make that point, that like is very easy to make it sound like you're covering for something or something. That is so dumb, man. People just aren't. People are stupid. People are mental. I guess it's like this with every topic we do, but incest, I barely horsecest. That's not. Don't debate the ethics of CP. Have you? But the thing is, no one who's ever brought up the CP debate ethics clips has ever actually watched the full debate. They don't know the I guarantee for a fucking fact, Puerto Rico vegan musician socialists, you've seen a clip. You have not seen the context of it. You don't know what it's referring to. You don't know if it's like a devil's advocate or if it's to if it's hyperbole to further a point. You don't know because you've seen a clip and you've made up your mind. Tell me now. Try to fucking tell me now that you watched the whole debate that those clips came from. Anyway. What is wrong with our community? I don't fucking know. Voss should have just talked to Ethan. Yeah, probably would have been a better move. Like, apparently the DM thing didn't look very favorable to Voss, so I don't know. God damn it. How is the USA? It was good. It's still there, last I checked. It's doing fine. I'm not convinced Voss is into Lolly, though. Am I on copium? What do you mean into? Like it's a special interest or like it's a favorite of it? There's no evidence of that. But like the fact that I think it's quite clear that he saw a picture with Lolly in it and enjoyed it. So it's like, does that mean you're into it? I don't care though. I don't give a fuck. And if you do care, you're weird and you probably have a very degenerate porn history on your computer and you're just projecting. I don't know. Fuck. Or you probably sexually harassed 18 women before breakfast today. I don't know. Don't lie, it's the greatest country I've ever been to. I did like Ohio. I liked Ohio mostly for the people, like the social stuff. It was just really cool. It was really cool having that many people lining up to have their photos taken with me. That was really fucking wacky. It's his hobby horse. Is that even a fucking pun? Stop. There are probably people in this chat who had their pictures taken with me, and they know, and I don't know who they are. Fuck. You know, I really hate getting pictures taken. Like, it makes me feel so fucking awkward. Oh, God. But, I don't know. I felt like I just had to eat it up for the job. He should have just owned it. Yeah, I think he should have. Yeah. He should have just said, yeah, I saw this picture, thought it was whatever. And then that would have been submitted to the FBI as evidence. And then we can just leave him into the hands of God. Like, I don't know, into the hands of the law. Box Bulla PR Day. I haven't actually been sent any of the photos that the fans took of us, but yeah, they're out there. I can't wait till the himbo shoot comes out. Me and Irrelevant had a fucking ball doing himbo shots. Because we had similar outfits, so we just went ham with it. What the fuck is himbo? It's like a bimbo, but a guy. Where are those photos? They're coming. They're on their way. What the fuck is this? Fantano.
I would never trust Fantano talking about any topic outside of the very, very, very narrow purview of his music reviews. And even on the music reviews, I would never trust anything he says if it has anything to do with like a political. Watching him do that review of that J. Cole song Towards No Name was one of the most insane things I've ever seen in my entire life. I think Fantano is one of the rare cases of a person whose mind is actually rotted on politics. I don't know if he's trying to bring himself back from like the days where he was friendly with Sam Hyde and he's like on this like perpetual like self-cucking to like atone for his sins or some shit. But yeah, I would I'm not saying that he's wrong here. I don't know. I'm just saying that I would never trust a single thing Fantano says outside of him like crying, you know, during a sad music video or something. I would never.
Okay, whatever. Hey, omniliberal, could you actually own a position instead of being a fucking coward? The fact that you still refuse to call Vosh a pedo is ridiculous. Never thought I'd see you this absolutely afraid to openly state an opinion. Disappointing. Oh. Okay. Whatever, dude. People are so toxic on the internet, guys. It's too much. Can't believe he posted a lolly on Twitter like that. Stop. Stop. Chat. Okay. It's been 4 hours. I'm gonna be. Are you part of the whole PV drama? I don't even know what the fucking PV drama is. Is there drama? I saw one video that was President Sunday, a live stream called The Downfall of Progressive Victory or Progressive Victory in Ruins or whatever. And I was like, okay, this is probably nothing at all. And I was right. Nothing happened. It was fine the whole time. Yeah. What drama? Oh, I saw the MAGA streamers shitting on counterpoints. But it is what they call him a socialist. It's so stupid. Like, sorry, like you're the Republican Party and 60-70% of them don't believe in the Republic. And it's okay, yeah. I'd actually prefer Republicans who prefer the Republic over the party. Yeah, that's true. Based. Like, it's like if the fucking Democrats had like 70% of them were fucking Stalinists who had tried to overthrow the government in a violent coup. And the Republicans were just like moderate center-right liberals. I'd probably go with the Republican. Yeah, fuck. Like, yeah. Over Stalinists? Yeah, 100%. Keep me out of the camps. But we're not in that world because the left in America are sensible for the most part. The right wingers are not. The right wingers are they're on some shit. Okay? They're on a journey and they need some fucking fixing. All right? Kind of cold take though. I suppose it is, but to some people, it's like evidence that liberals are basically the fucking magic button to get fascists into power. So dumb. If Bad Amp would run for president, I would vote for him. If Destiny ran for president, I wouldn't want dead babies. If Bad Amp ran for president, like the first people to go into the camps would be people on his own side who he just had a bad idea about. Someone on his own side would look at him the wrong way and be in a camp, because that's what happened to the fucking Soviets. The first people to go were other left-wingers. Like, that's what. So yeah, you can take that chance if you want for the supreme leader. Fucking retard. Anyway, sorry, it's just a waste of time. Why am I wasting my fucking? I'm gonna ban this person. I don't need. I told you I don't need. Source CIA, yeah, famous historians, the CIA, they're the ones who said that the Soviets fucking murdered communists. Like, what? Let's actually find it from Richard Evans. Richard Evans, because I think you get this online, Coming of the Third, was it from the Coming of the Third Reich or from the Third Reich in Power? Oh, which one is it from? Do you know that stat that of the Politburo, more members of the German, the KPD Politburo were killed by Soviets, like in the purges, than were killed by the Nazis? That's in the second book, isn't it? I think it is. Hang on. It's from the Third Reich in Power. At the beginning. God, I took so many notes in this fucking book. Okay. Bismarck, social Darwinism, non-cooperation. Misuse of Article 48. That was a big L for the Social Democrats. My God, they misused that to fuck. All right, let's see. Timeline, Grand Coalition. One of the people that was killed, one of the refugees from the KPD running over to Soviet Russia, was actually killed by fucking Stalin because he was friends with Rosa Luxemburg. That was his crime. It's so sad. Where is it? Page 12 has something on it. Where's the bit about the purges, though? This is from the Third Reich in Power. Also, by the way, once we read this, I hope whoever the fuck you are, where are you? What was your name again? Invis Mouse. I hope you're ready to swallow a massive L on this, because I feel like it's such a non-controversial take that the worst enemies of like far left fucking tankies are other leftists. Like that's always like in the Weimar Republic, their worst enemies were social democrats. Like that's just a really uncontroversial thing to say. Not Nazis. They hated social democrats a lot more than they hated Nazis. Let me see. Is there a PDF for the first one but not the second one? No way. Come on. Come on. The Third Reich in Power? Read now? Nope. Download. Nope. Where's the fucking site? Oh my God. Hang on, right? It's from this one. Libs. I'm not a tanky, I'm a determinist. I mean, the tankies were determinists. I don't know what the fuck. Sorry. Marxist, Leninist, determinists. People who have so many labels, that's why they can't organize, and that's why everyone hates them. That's why they don't have any power. Whatever word you want to use for those people. The Third, right? No shot. There are bad Panada fans in here. There's always one or two. They're obsessed. His Discord is actually the most insane thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. But let's see. Third Reich in Power. Richard Evans. Come to me. Wait, 2014 version. Do I have that? 2005? Page number is going to be important here. I think this is. It looks too new to be the 2000. Okay, let's see. I think this is it. Didn't know he had fans. The internet's full of crazy people, you know. What do you think they're doing? Organizing? All right. I think there's two things I wanted to bring up from this. So I got the first one. Where's the purges thing, though? I thought that was earlier in this book. Oh. Yeah, it was here. Let's find page 12 first, because that's got an interesting part in it. And then I think it's page 65 for the purges. Yeah. Okay. This is after the Nazis had taken power. So, yet the government did not ban the communists in a formal legal sense because it feared that the party's voters would all desert to the Social Democrats in the elections Hitler had called for the 5th of March. Amidst massive Nazi propaganda paid for by an inflow of fresh funds from industry and violent intimidation, in which most rival political meetings were banned or broken up, the Nazis still failed to achieve an overall majority, peaking at 44% and only getting over the 50% barrier with the help of their conservative nationalist coalition partners. The Communists still won 12% of the vote and the Social Democrats 18%, with the Center Party holding firm at 11% of the vote. This means that Hitler and his cabinet colleagues were still far short of the two-thirds majority they needed to alter the constitution. But on the 23rd of March, 1933, they still managed to get, by threatening civil war if they were frustrated, winning over the Center Party. Where's the bit about Enabling Act? Reichstag fire decree. Only the 94 Social Democrat deputies present were voted against it. The Social Democrats and... Wait, is it here? Where's the bit about... The Social Democrats and Communists, between them, had won 221 seats in the Reichstag elections of November 1932 against 196 for the Nazis, another 51 for the Nazis' allies, the Nationalists. But they failed completely to mount any concerted resistance to the Nazi seizure of power. They were bitterly divided. The Communists, under orders from Stalin in Moscow, labeled the Social Democrats social fascists and argued that they were worse than the Nazis. The Social Democrats were reluctant to cooperate with a party whose deviousness and unscrupulousness they rightly feared. Their paramilitary organizations fought hard against the Nazis on the streets, but they would have been no match for the army, which backed the Hitler government all the way in 1933, and their numbers were well below those of the stormtroopers, who numbered more than 750,000 in February 1933. So that's one part. Where is the thing about them saying they were completely correct, that... Nazis coming to power was better than Social Democrats holding power? Where was that? Let me get that in a minute. Let's go to page 65. What source did that author use? Like you would ever hold that... This person's like a pretty well-known historian. He was the one who took down Richard Evans in that case on the Holocaust. He's like probably one of the most world fucking renowned historians on World War II and Nazi history. Let me see if you want to find the source on that one. I think that point's a truism, though. Amongst historians, it's a truism that the communists thought Social Democrats were worse than Nazis. Took down David Irving. What, did I say something different? Yeah, he fucking destroyed David Irving in that trial. Oh, I said Richard Evans. No, David Irving. Yeah, Richard Evans is the one who took down David Irving in the trial. Yeah, sorry. All right. Taking down himself. True, based. All right. Where is the section for this? This is about communists fleeing Germany after the Nazis took over. Those communists who had sought refuge from repression in the Soviet Union fared little better than their comrades who remained in Germany. The gathering threat of fascism across Europe, the failures of agricultural collectivization in Russia and the Ukraine, and the travails and tribulations of forced industrial growth all induced a growing sense of paranoia in the Soviet leadership. And when one of the most prominent and popular of the younger generation of Bolshevik leaders, Sergei Kirov, was murdered with the obvious complicity of the Bolshevik Party officials in 1934, the Soviet leader, Joseph Stalin, began to organize the mass arrest of Bolshevik Party functionaries, sparking a massive purge that quickly gained its own momentum. Soon, leading communist functionaries were being arrested and shot in their thousands, and made to confess fantastic crimes of subversion and treachery in widely publicized show trials. This is your fate, Invismouse. This is what's happening to you. Yeah. The purge spread rapidly down the party's ranks, where officials and ordinary members vied with each other in denouncing supposed traitors and subversives among their own number. Also, if you've ever heard people say that Molotov-Ribbentrop was just a simple act of self-preservation because they were too weak to fight the Nazis, this is why. This is a big reason why, is that Stalin murdered so many of his own people, including top military generals who were, and just like military minds who were irreplaceable in a very, or couldn't be replaced that quickly. That's why they were in that predicament, partly. Like, they had to use the time to rebuild their fucking army and shit because Stalin had murdered so many of his best guys. Anyway, yeah. The Gulag archipelago of labor camps, of labor camps strung across the less hospitable parts of the Soviet Union, above all in Siberia, swelled to bursting with millions of prisoners by the late 30s. From Stalin's acquisition of supreme power at the end of the 20s to his death in 53, it has been estimated that over 750,000 people were executed in the Soviet Union, whilst at least 2.75 million died in the camps. In this atmosphere of terror, fear and mutual recrimination, anything out of the ordinary could become the pretext for arrest, imprisonment, torture, and execution. Contact with foreign governments, even previous residents in a foreign country, began to arouse suspicion. Soon, the purges began to suck the German communist exiles into their vortex of destruction. Thousands of German communists who had sought refuge in Stalin's Russia were arrested, sent to labor camps, or exiled to Siberia. Over 1,100 were condemned for various alleged crimes, tortured by Stalin's secret police, and imprisoned in grim conditions in the labor camps for lengthy periods of time. Many were executed. Those killed included several members or former members of the party's Politburo. Heinz Neumann, the former propaganda chief whose advocacy of violence in 1932 to 33, the Politburo had vehemently rejected. Hugo Eberlein, a former friend of Rosa Luxemburg, whose criticisms of Lenin had not found favor in the Soviet Union. Like, literally, because Rosa Luxemburg criticized Lenin. And she actually opposed initially the Spartacist revolt because she wanted the communists to stand for democratic elections. So this guy was friends with her and got fucking killed for it. Fuck me. And Hermann Ramelli, who had been incautious enough to say in 1933 that the Nazi seizure of power marked a defeat for the working class. Because the communist line was that the Nazi seizure of power was overcoming a hurdle, which was social democrats, and paving the way to a communist revolution. That was their position on the Nazi seizure of power, that it would disillusion people with liberal democracy and pave the way for communism. So this guy said Nazi seizure of power was a defeat for the working class. So they killed him. All right. Of the 44 communists who belonged to the Politburo of the German Party between 1920 and 1933, more were killed in Stalin's purges in Russia than died at the hands of the Gestapo and the Nazis in Germany. There you go. That's fucking... And the reason I bring that up, fucking... it's kind of funny and sad, but... the reason I bring that up in Vismouse is because, like, if you ever notice this about people, not just Bad Empanada, but like that whole general deprogram podcasts and all that. Have you not noticed? Y'all find it a bit weird that the people these guys go after the hardest are not right wingers, not like stereotypical conservatives or Conservative Party or Republican Party or fucking fascist. They don't actually go after those people. They go after people like me, social democrats, or like democratic socialists. They go after people who are like part of the more popular left in the Western world. That's who they go after. And it's not an accident. It's because historically that's always been their biggest enemy. The biggest enemy of Marxist Leninists is social democrats. They don't say that though, because that would make them look fucking insane. But when they come to people like me and say like, you're right wing, you're fascist, you're neoliberal, what they actually mean is social democrat. That's why 90+% of the time, that's the people they're going after. They are obsessed with people who are about as left wing as you can get in the mainstream, but not left wing enough to be fucking to be part of the Politburo, right? Yeah. That's why they believe that the Nazis winning was good because it at least got rid of the Social Democrats. That the silver lining was that it got rid of the Social Democrats and would have ushered in a fucking commie takeover. It's so dumb. But yeah, that's them. That's why they're ineffective. That's why everyone hates them. That's why they'll never win. That's why when they do win, they have to kill a fucking million people and then in the end they lose anyway. Like, how long did they spend? 80 fucking years ramming Marxist-Leninism down people's throats. And as soon as the regime ends, what happened? No one gave a fuck about it. The amount of education and re-education and indoctrination. And as soon as the Iron Curtain falls, look at those countries. Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Ukraine. These are like the last countries in the world where anyone gives a fuck about socialism. And that's for a good reason, because like that their experience with it was fucking horrible. Anyway, yeah. Can you even call tankies left wing? Yeah, I mean they're just like an exaggeration of left wing ideology. Yeah, I don't think authoritarianism and like I don't think left wingers are exempt from authoritarianism, from racism. I think people should realize that. I don't like this idea that like you're a tanky, you're not a real leftist. No, you are. You're a kind of leftist, like not a very good one, not a very effective one, not a very humane one, or a very like philosophically fucking grounded one. But you are one. Yeah. And it's probably good for people to recognize that we're not like left wingers are not immune from those kind of urges. They're not immune from like authoritarian urges. They're not immune from fucking like racism or from like dubbing entire national or ethnic groups as reactionary and shit like that. We're not beyond purity testing. We're not beyond fucking a character assassination of our own sides. Yeah. Why not just identify as a liberal? That's what you are. I mean, I kind of do most of the time now. Like, I'm not like, I don't believe in things that are incompatible with liberal values, but I don't identify as a liberal necessarily because that like line, because my policies are generally more left wing than people who identify as liberal. Like I'm not married to capitalism. I don't want capitalism to live forever. I want like I prefer like I definitely want to push forward the idea of like workplace democracy and like alternatives to capitalism. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just me, you know. Okay. Boxism. I also have a few crazy left-wing positions. Like, I am completely not against the idea of expropriating fucking. I'm not against the idea of expropriating people in the UK who owe their wealth and their land and their property to aristocracy. If you've got like a huge chunk of land in the UK and you only have it because your great granddad was a fucking warlord, I think the state should be allowed to take it. Fuck it, yeah. And just redistribute. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. Maybe a bit of compensation, you know, just to not ruffle too many feathers, but yeah, fuck, yeah. Liberals don't really like that as a policy though, yeah? How did Eris do all that? Hey, good one. All right. Are you a British Republican? Nah, I'm an American Republican. Obama. All right, hang on. Don't know anything about Singaporean land reform. Sorry. Sounds whatever. A British Republican is someone who just wants to get rid of the monarchy. Stop asking me questions. I'm going, okay? I'm hungry. And I'm going to come back later for the progressive victory bullshit. Okay. What you gonna eat? I don't know. Probably a baked potato with tuna and some boiled eggs and some tomatoes. But who knows? Maybe not. Anyway, fuck off. Fuck off. Love you guys. Bye bye.